Here's the question. He's been playing some great golf over on the Live Tour.
Won a couple weeks ago in Mexico City, and top 10 last week at the Live Golf event in Virginia. Just stripe show right down that fairway where Matt Every, our third member of our team this week here on the feature group coverage. You see that ball just slightly getting in there, just a bad luck. That's a couple that we've seen today as the conditions are a little bit different than we've seen all week. And Matt, let's give us a little weather update of what we've seen from the players so far today.
Well, good morning, guys. First off, it is absolutely slammed out here. The crowd came out in full force this morning. It's a little damp, you know, to the bone cold. It is going to get up into the mid to late to high 60s later today. You know, we've heard Rory McIlroy talk about his game plan here this week, kind of bomb it off the tee and go find it. That might be the case as the week goes on, but today you're going to want to find the fairways. This course is going to be playing long, and these fairways are still running out a little bit if you can find them. They act as a bit of a runway here at Aronimink. You're going to get about 40 or 50 yards of roll, so a lot to gain there.
Matt, last thing for you, as far as you looking at our featured group, everybody's talking about Rory, everyone's talking about Jon Rahm and his game coming into it. What about Jordan Speith that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, a couple things here, Peter, that I'd be pumped about if I was in the Speith camp. The first one is the way he's driving the ball. Second, strokes gained off the tee last week at Truist, and that was a very strong field. So elite performance off the tee, that goes a mile in major championships. He's going to give himself a ton of looks. The other thing is the green complexes here at Aronimink. They are diabolical, and I think that offers Speith an opportunity to use the other side of his brain, the creative side, and fill these cups up.
That's kind of just the idea about Donna Ross designed golf courses, and it's a little bit different for these players coming off the 10th tee, and this really kind of opening three-hole stretch, Carl. Very interesting to see how the player's going to navigate that this morning.
Yeah, 10, it's all about getting that ball in the fairway. If you get the ball in the fairway, it's a short iron into a green that's got some flat spots, and you can give yourself a good look at birdie. 11, on the other hand, is all about the approach shot. One of the most severe greens out here at Aronimink, and you've got to control your spin coming into the 11th. And then 12 gives you a little bit of an opportunity at 466 yards if you find the fairway. A pretty flat green considering how much pitch there are in these greens. And 12 and 13 are kind of the spots here on this back nine that give you a real good opportunity for a birdie as we take a look back up the 10th fairway.
So you see the crowd that is here.
They love their sports here in Philly.
They absolutely do, and they absolutely love this crew. As we had an opportunity to walk a few holes with this group in different times yesterday, and one of the things we were looking for is Rory and how he was navigating. Remember earlier this week he had a issue with the foot,
yeah,
blister and a toenail issue, but
blister under the toenail, which does not sound fun. Now, Rory's ball hit that tree and came straight down, and it still went 310 off the tee. It must be nice to have that type of power. But that ball did sit way down, and I agree with Matt. It's going to be more important than ever to hit the fairways today because of the moisture that we had fall overnight. It is going to be like going through cabbage trying to get that club through this rough. It's not the longest rough in the world, but it's very thick. And now with a little bit of moisture on it, it's going to be that much harder to get the club through it.
Listening to Speith and Greller here.
This one stayed on top of the hill for Speith, a nice level lie, but a long ways home. 179 yards, elevated approach shot with wind off the right, and right is absolutely dead today, guys.
Yeah, we've seen most of the players, Matt, just kind of taking it at the TV tower left of the flagstick. That'll give you a 25 or a 30 footer. And you're right, Speith just needed another 8 or 10 yards off the tee and it would have rolled all the way down. It's probably a comfortable 7-iron for Speith. Smart play.
Very smart play for Speith. Now next to play, it appears it'll be Rory McIlroy. And Matt, how gnarly was that lie down there for Rory?
It's a chip out for everyone else in the field. I don't know what kind of ideas he has. There's no way you could get a worse lie out here.
Looks like he might be trying to thread the needle up this little skinny mouth of the green. Oh, goodness.
Can't give much of a better example of how thick and wet that rough is if you get it in the wrong spot. So just a chunk out for Rory on the other side. Jon Rahm had hit right in the spine of that fairway, went all the way down. As now he'll be having to navigate a little bit of a lie in the rough as well, Matt.
He's got a nasty lie, but I think he might be waiting for a official. There's a decent chance he can get relief from a sprinkler head over there.
So we're taking another look at McIlroy. Just like Matt was saying, Carl, he had to get through that nasty line, just kind of chunk and run it up.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
Where that ball ended up, there's going to be so much grass that gets in between the club face and the ball. You really don't have any chance to get enough power or lift on that golf ball to get it to the green. That was always going to, you know, if he catches it a little bit better, he runs it up 10 yards short of the green. But I think he's just fine where he is. It's a little bit of a bad break.
As we see a rules official going over.
This is right where Ricky Fowler was just a few moments ago, and Ricky did not get relief.
I haven't looked yet, so I think it's another one up there. Just wanted to make sure. I figured that's what it was. You know, we gotta do both now, I guess, right? So.
Could be quite the break for Rahm.
Well, he hit a good shot and rolled up onto a sprinkler head, so clear relief here. Is going to end up in the fairway, Matt, and I think that's going to be a huge advantage.
Huge break. I mean, that was a terrible lie he had as is, and now have a nice tight lie off the downslope. Still got to give this pin some respect, though. It's one of the harder ones on this green. Anything right, I mean, would be a world-class up and down if you miss this green to the right.
That's a great example of how far this fairway slopes right to left for the players, and that's ultimately what caused Rahm to get it down there, because that ball had hit just right in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, no way that ball's going to stay there where he dropped. So you drop twice, and wherever it landed that last time, you place it.
That's something to pay attention to the rest of the week, too, guys, is when these fairways firm up, they're going to have to start shaping tee shots into the hills to hold the fairways.
It's a great point, Matt.
Exactly. 140? Yeah, I like that. Yep.
Adam Hayes giving Rahm a final look.
Yeah, Matt and I were talking about it yesterday, man. If we just get this rain to miss us, it's going to be a beautiful championship venue this week, and still is going to be, but it'll take another day or so to get completely dried out.
144 here for Rahm off a slight downslope. A little squeeze cut would work just nicely here. This one shot out to the right. It's a poor miss there, guys.
It's a mistake you cannot make. Generally, pros, you know, if the ball's above your feet, everybody goes, oh, it's going to make it go to the left. And if it's below your feet, it's going to go to the right. Generally, pros are the opposite because they have such good management of their club face. And he just held on to that one a little too long.
Now McIlroy from 68.
Terrible angle. Ideally, you'd like to work something in from left to right, but might be too close to get any movement on this shot. Anything inside of 8 feet would be a heck of a play.
Now you can still see a little skip, Peter, in these greens, and that's after a quarter of an inch of rain. It's not going to get any softer than it is right now the rest of the week.
So Billy Kratzert in this group as well. Taking a look at that crew is, you know, Rory just talked about how the win, not only the first win at Augusta had freed him up, but really coming back and winning another one, Carl, of I think that's what the world of golf wanted to see, is once he got that and got out of that major drought, what he was able to accomplish, and played fairly well at the Truist last week outside of a kind of a testy third round.
Yeah, and look, Rory McIlroy is obviously going to play in a bunch of big tournaments around the world, but he has now, at this point in his career, has really focused on the major championships, and that's what he wants to win the most.
As we see Rahm short-sided over on that right-hand side. Speith just a really smart play into this green complex. And I think that's the one thing walking around here over the last couple of days, of just the undulations of these greens, Carl. If you're a great iron player, you can have some fun. Now,
boy, we're getting
this is not fun right
a really good look at how tough this shot is, Matt.
Nothing fun about it. Grass going right into him as well. This bent grass just laid down against him. Contact has to be perfect here, and you're kind of guessing on the bounce as well. Real easy for him to have this shot again.
And here it comes. It's just a mistake you can't make on the second shot. I mean, you got a good break. You got the ball in the fairway. You've got the planet to the left of the flagstick.
You know, guys, when I was out walking this place on Tuesday, this might be the worst miss on the course, right to this right pin. But you know, the level of difficulty here just increases a ton with the grass going against you, and I thought everyone would putt it from over here because it's just such a tough shot to get perfect.
More often than not, this is the one that goes a little bit farther.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's human nature. Let's get a shot. Yeah, beauty. Used a lot of loft there. Really drove that into that slope, but that was well judged. Just get out of here with a bogey.
Well, the temperature on the golf course about 2 degrees warmer now after that bogey start for Rahm. You could tell he got up to that second chip fairly quick.
Yeah, look, I don't think he's going to be upset with himself. You made a mistake. You got to go ahead and fix that, but that was pretty good work to get out of there with a 5.
Now, for Speith, Matt, this is about as good of a look as you can have on the screen, right?
You got to think he was aiming right where this ball ended up. And you're right, Peter. Just an uphill look here for Speith. Maybe a cup of break from left to right, but very makeable for a putt just outside of 20 feet.
I love what you said, too, Matt. If he can use the other side of his brain and use that creativity on the greens as good as he strokes it, maybe we'll see Jordan in contention Sunday afternoon. Nice par start. Not the easiest 10-footer, is it, Matt?
I'm going to go ahead and call it like 12 or 13 feet here, Peter, and you're right. Back down the hill. Kind of tough to see how much it wants to move from left to right. You got that knob just left of the whole location on Rory's line that will have some influence late. You know, by the way he's addressing this coming in from the right side of the ball, he definitely thinks this ball's going to move from left to right a bit. It's just a matter of matching up the speed and the line.
Yeah, he is aiming way out to the left. This might be at just trickle speed here. Yeah, it was never going to break that much. Yeah, it's just a misread.
So a little fireworks on the opposite side of what we might see, but that's also part of Aronimink. So bogey for McIlroy on the 10th, along with John Rahm. Speith with his par as we start getting to know a little bit of this golf course. Remember hosting a major for the first time since 1962, and It's back when Gary Player. Back in the days, you see the guys headed to the 11th. Here is a little bit of Aronimink. Of course, that first major since 1962. We talked about Gary Player, who had just come off of playing Troon and thought about retirement after that. Found his game, and I think he found the rest of his career. Hosted 3 other PGA Tour events, most recently the BMW back in 2018, won by Keegan Bradley. And Goss, once again, trying to take a look at this golf course. More of the original Donald Ross design, and he's had some special redos over the last couple of years. We've been privileged to call a couple of his
most of it in the
championship venues.
Most of it in the bunkers. They had gone from 178 bunkers all the way down to 74, and they split those back up now. 174 bunkers as it's driver for Speith.
Comfy win today at the 11th, boys. Dead down at the player's back. It's perfect.
Golly, he is swinging the club nicely.
Yeah, so I do every sport you could imagine.
Yeah, Matt was talking about it, just the way he's been driving the ball. There's back-to-back stripe shows for the man trying to get his career Grand Slam underneath his belt. Now McIlroy.
Better swing there, Matt.
I'd say.
As you see, just the length differential between Speith and McIlroy, something that will come into play later in this round.
And I think with the rain, it's going to be a little bit more important to hit these fairways today. You know, Rory is talking about just bombing and gouging this week. I think you got to tighten some of those lines up with the moisture in the rough. Rahm also with driver. He's hugging that left side. Needs a kick.
And does not get it.
Man, those balls are disappearing quickly into that wet rough.
We'll have an opportunity to see exactly what is in front of Jon Rahm after a opening bogey here on the PGA Championship. But quite the trio that we will have, and many eyes will be on it throughout the rest of the day. McIlroy, Speith with a good start. We'll see what Rahm's lie looks like when we return here to the PGA Championship at Aronimink. Welcome back to feature group coverage of the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. So you see Rory McIlroy, Jordan Speith, Jon Rahm headed down the fairway on the 11th. We'll get to their shots in a little bit, but we're seeing some early scoring on a A little bit of a wet morning so far. Carl Paulson is. See some familiar names on top of that leaderboard as well, too.
Yeah, and especially on that front nine there, if you get past the 10th with a par, the 11th's pretty short, and you start getting some opportunities. On the front nine, you get some real good opportunities on the first 6 holes, as these guys are playing the tougher 9 first here.
As you see, one of the things all week long is the players have talked about just the advantage of a little bit of length. Most of the time it's about getting over the bunkers that come into play, but you see that 20-yard difference between Speith and McIlroy, and we saw that during the practice rounds. Just Speith being able to take different lines that kind of negate the bunkering. That comes in a lot of places around 285, 290, Carl.
Yeah, if you're a 310 guy in the air, you have a massive advantage on this golf course, because after some of these bunker clusters, the fairway actually gets wider. So Rory's going to be hitting to a wider fairway most of the day today, but I'm not so sure I would want his yardage into this steeply pitched 11th green.
What is he going to have out there, Matt?
Just catching my breath, boys, from walking up this hill. Rory's got way less in than the other two. I think Speith's going to go first. 109 for Jordan back up the hill. I think the downwind today will help this shot out a ton. If it was into the wind, it'd be a different story. You'd really, really have to watch the spin. You still do now, but anything out there pin high left would be perfect.
Yeah, Patrick Cantlay flew into the hole. It skipped up to the back fringe and then backed up a little bit. Oh, that's great spin control.
Jeez. Kind of dead-handing it a little bit.
Patrick Cantlay's ball went all the way to the front of the green, and it was lucky to not roll off the front. That is really precise with your distance control and your spin control. That was nicely done.
Couple yards closer here for Rahm. His lie's not as bad as Rory's was on the last, but it's not great. It's almost sitting like a fried egg. He's got about 90 to cover on line.
Well, that sounded thick. Okay. Now this ball's going to take a right-hand turn.
All right.
Playing quickly. Guys, Rory ready to roll, and I like this yardage, Carl. 87 yards downwind. If he flies this anywhere near the pin, he shouldn't have to worry about it sucking back off the green. It's a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, this should be coming in a little lower than his normal shot. You can tell by the abbreviated finish, and that is easy, easy. Oh,
awfully good.
Shot.
One of the things that McIlroy's been trying to dial in is that spin control on the wedges. Sometimes a guy that hits the ball so long and the attributes that go well with driving it well and the force that he puts on it can detract a little bit from his wedge game, but no problem right there. Going back up the hill for a birdie to negate that opening bogey he had on the 10th. But there are some birdies to be had out there, and we see a bunch of them early.
Yeah, Steven Yeager on that side of the golf course where you can take advantage of it. He is lighting it up. 4 birdies so far today. 4 under par. This was the 3rd birdie at the par 3 5th.
That's going to be a fun hole all week long to see.
I love short par 3s.
So many, there's different pin placements that you can't put it on hole number 5, so we'll get to that later in the round. But Yeager at 4 under. Xander just likes these opening rounds of PGA Championships, doesn't he? 2 under through 2 is birdie the 10th and the 11th.
And now he's in a position to for 2 of the easier holes on this back 9, so we'll see if Xander can keep up the hot play. But some really nice shots from our pairing here today, our grouping here today. Even Rahm's at inside of 30 feet coming out of that rough was judged very nicely. This is a tough one to get to the hole, though. Whoa.
Okay. Rahm said it moved.
Yeah.
All right, we're dealing with some slippery slopes here, boys. And Aronimink, and this is one of them here. Big old turner from right to left. We're looking at about 2 feet for Rahm, maybe more, depending on how much he wants to borrow.
Putt's pretty slow, isn't it, Matt?
It's slow. It's back up. It didn't have to worry about the speed, but it's got quite a bit of snap in it. We're talking about a 5 or 6 degree slope from right to left.
Rahm did look over to Speith and McIlroy just to confirm, hey, ball moved. They both agreed, hey, it's within play.
Look, Carl, you're all over it, bud.
That was, I mean, it's just the last thing in the world you want to do is hit that 3 feet by going for it from 30 feet. That's just one of those, you try to get it to the front doorstep. If it crosses the welcome mat and falls in, great. If not, just tap in and try and birdie the next couple holes.
Great little look at some of the little nooks and crannies around the greens, and just a slight elevation in the topography here of this Donald Ross gym. If that pin gets put in the front part, buddy, I've seen
everybody was practicing a front left hole location, and that is going to be absolutely brutal. Only a couple of feet away from going all the way down into that collection area that you were talking about. But yeah, if we get one in that collection area, that's going to be a fun day. That ball never broke at all. A little surprising.
It was just a defensive putt there. Carl, not the easiest 8-footer by any means on this course. Downhill, left to right slider. Just no slide.
Man, I don't think you could be putting from a better spot from this distance than Rory McIlroy is, just underneath the hole.
Yeah, spot on. Peter couldn't have placed it in a better spot, just inside of 6 feet for Rory. And this is left center firm. Keep the head down and get that shot back. You lost on the last. You've already done the hard part here.
This would be a nice bounce back birdie. Get yourself back to level par. I feel like you're starting over a little bit.
Nothing but the bottom of the cup for McIlroy. After that bogey on the 10th. Just a perfectly played 11th for that birdie. So he adds a different shape on that scorecard with the circle around that 3. And a lot of it is the wedge game, but just the control that he had there is going to be important. You saw Jordan Speith able to control that spin quite well. Something to watch for throughout this week as they head over to the 11th. Now, Natalie Sheehan is one of our PGA gurus, giving us a little bit of a teaching breakdown of what exactly we saw right there. Natalie, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, there is so much need to control your spin, especially on this very tricky 11th green, which we just watched some great shots be hit into. But how do these guys actually work on controlling their spin, especially as they will be hitting a lot of short irons and wedges this week? And one of the easiest ways for both you at home and these guys to do that is to really make sure that they are taking a little bit of extra club and taking a little bit of speed away. So one of the things I like to have players focus on is swinging their hands from shoulder to shoulder or from shoulder to hip, and really working on not adding so much speed with those hands and wrists through the golf ball. That can help you control your spin better, and it's going to help these guys make sure that they get the golf ball in the right part of the green this week, and on that 11th hole, hopefully it doesn't spin all the way back down to that collection area. Back to you guys.
Once again, Natalie just absolutely crushes it from the Pelican Golf Club out there in Bel Air, Florida, home of the SEC Women's Golf Championships. That was, had a privilege to call and I mean, I've been doing this for a couple of years. Every time we throw it to Natalie on one of these things, she just hits the perfect shot.
Well, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. Maybe you can learn something.
Now we head on to the 12th, that 460-yard par 4. And did you say this was a scoring opportunity earlier,
If you
Carl?
hit it in the fairway, it is. You know, 466 sounds long to us, Peter, but it is not long to these guys. As we take a look on the scorecard, 461. The only thing that's interesting here is this is one of the few holes where the bunker cluster is right where the longer hitters will hit it at 310 there. So Rory has to make a decision if he's going to try and blast one over that or maybe hit 3-wood and stay short of it. But this is definitely an opportunity if you get the ball in the fairway.
We've seen 29 players through the 12th hole so far today. Only 12 of them have hit that fairway. These are a little bit more generous with the fairways.
For a major championship, yes.
But we, just like we saw with Rahm over on the 10th, the slight undulations and the changes. That's why I think a lot of players thought if there was some rain, which we did get, PGA of America said that there was a 1/4 inch of rain overnight, would soften up the course just a touch. But there's not been a lot of rain in the area. A little bit earlier this week, but overall I think the grounds were just hoping for a little rain at this point.
Yeah, we were hoping for it to miss us all completely, because if it missed us completely, we would be looking at a golf course this weekend that, you know, like Matt said earlier, where you're really going to have to shape shots to keep it in the fairway. And so the players got a little bit of a reprieve from that, at least for a day or so. 310 to that bunker, that second cluster of bunkers on that right-hand side. And Rory's got the big boy out.
It's definitely in play then, Carl. Wind down off the right. This fairway's going to get a lot narrower with this club for Rory.
Could you imagine standing on the tee and going, what is it to clear that bunker on the right? 310. All right, cool. Give me the driver.
You know what? I said it's getting a lot narrower. I could have egg on my face after this shot. He might be looking over that bunker.
I think he is.
No way.
With that wind direction?
No way.
Yes.
310.
Yep. Watch
Come
this.
on.
This will be 322 in the air.
That's what he needs. It's about a 325 carry.
Out of it a little bit.
Oh, just like a yard left.
Yard left. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Stop it.
That ball
That
did
was-
not need to be a yard left.
What are we looking at?
He's in the second crosswalk.
I don't even have that on my card. That's 315 carry.
Easily.
Well, we were asking for a yard left because I'm pretty sure he felt like there was some stress in the air of carrying that, but no issues at all. Now Speith looking for his third fairway in a row.
Speith is going to have to kind of thread the needle here. He doesn't have that power in him, I don't believe. That might be hit poorly enough to stay short of the bunker.
That might be some 70 yards behind Rory's ball.
He's going to need the rangefinder to find out how far behind Rory he is.
Tell you what, guys, I love the pace all three of these players play at. Ready to roll when it's their turn, no doubt about it.
I'm all for Ludwig type rounds.
Yeah, let's go. Shot's not going to get any easier.
We got a little no laying up action over on the left-hand side.
Swing looks a little out of sync this morning.
Ooh. Keep your head on a swivel. You'll get a front row seat for Jon Rahm on the left-hand side, but an absolute stripe show from Rory McIlroy. 352 yards.
Looks like Jon Rahm's trying to keep up with Rory McIlroy. That's the last thing in the world you want to do when you play with somebody that's quite a bit longer than you. As a matter of fact, when I was playing with somebody that was way longer than me, and I was fairly long when I was on tour, I would hit some easy shots out there just to get out of the whole mindset of trying to swing hard.
We'll see how hard of a lie it's going to be, like Carl just said, for Jon Rahm, but 310-yard carry, no big deal. But the rough showing its teeth early. First round coverage. PGA Championship at Aronimink. Welcome back to our featured group coverage of the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink. Rory McIlroy, who absolutely crushed run off this tee, 352 yards. It's going to be so interesting to see just the difference in the gains between these two. As you see, Speith kind of one-handed, still went 302. Jon Rahm got a little quick. Looked like, Carl, like you said, I don't think he's trying to keep up, but once you see someone just crush something like that, you do tend to have a little bit more oomph.
Jon Rahm has always had a short, quick golf swing, but you can tell that the transition looks a little quicker so far today, as he hasn't hit a fairway. He hit a second shot out of the fairway at the first, but his tee ball didn't end up in the fairway. I wonder if he gets credit for a fairway hit at one.
It's a great point. I would imagine it's...
You know, if you drive it on the green on a par 4, you get a missed fairway.
I got to be honest with you, that has never crossed my stat issues, Carl.
That makes zero sense to me.
He's a man that averages about 256 off the tee. Doesn't come into my career stats much. We'll see.
Yes, you got.
Try to take a listen into this conversation.
Gentle slope there. Yes, to 68. Kind of starts to run away behind. I got down off the right. Another good opportunity for Speith here, boys. 157, comfy wind, like he said, just down off the right. Pin cut on the left side of the green, and a bit of a bowl. Needs to fly this no less than 4 paces short of the pin, though. Pretty big ridge.
Yeah, even though he mishit that drive, left himself a nice angle. We've talked all week long about the pockets on these greens and these players really having to try to get that ball in that correct pocket to have a good look at birdie. That's missed that pocket where the flagstick is, and he'll have an up and over putt. We'll see a bunch of that this week.
Big time break here for Jon Rahm. Drew a good lie where the gallery's trampled down the grass. He's going to have to manipulate something from right to left, though. Really good.
Yeah, really good. That's going to end up almost hole high.
So a break for Rahm on the 10th and a good break with the lie over on here on the 12th.
Well, he's going to have to hit better tee shots if he plans on being in contention this week. Can't play from the rough on every hole out here.
Speith had 157. Rory has 107. And what an opportunity here after that birdie at the last to pick up another one. A great angle. Hit that tight little draw in here, pin high, maybe 5 or 10 feet right, and leave yourself a very straight putt for birdie.
I think this will be the same type of shot he just hit at the last, but with one more club.
Sit.
Oh, don't. Little unfortunate. If he gets another 2 feet out of that first skip, that ball is close to the flagstick.
So some frustration with Rory is another 2 extra yards or a little couple less RPMs on spin. But that'll be another 20 feet added to that putt. Now, Jordan Spieth, good start for him. And, of course, he's one of those storylines where have this week. So these players will come up as take a look at really just what Rory is trying to do this week in a little bit of a different mindset. Remember, took a lot of time off before Augusta. Carl spent some time, it really paid off. Did play in the Truist last week. He said that I wasn't going to miss that golf course or that tournament. Really loved it.
Yeah, you can't miss playing at Quill Hollow, a place where he's won 4 times, and that's his personal playground. Didn't come out the way he wanted to last week, but he's preparing himself for the major championships, trying to peak at just the right time.
There was so much pressure on him after really the early start. Remember winning the PGA at Kiowa, winning the PGA at 14 over Valhalla, then had that drought of when was going to be the next one.
I don't think anybody anticipated it being a decade. Speith for birdie.
Steep climb here for Speith. Going to tail to its right late.
Great speed.
So a resting pulse start for Jordan Spieth.
It's been a solid start for Jordan. You know, there are a bunch of ways to be even after 3 holes. And his is about as pedestrian as you can have it.
I was going to say, Carl, it's a solid start, but I'd almost say he's got to be disappointed he doesn't have at least one in the red so far. Now Rory ready to roll. Should have got a pretty good look at Jordan's putt for line and speed. All 3 of these guys falling victim of that ridge just short of the pin here at the 12th.
Just had that great look at how that ball will tail off over on the right hand side from Speith. Slightly different angle. Crushed it.
Wow.
Heater.
That was not a very good putt.
There's 4 birdies today so far. Here on the 12th. Feels like these guys are playing a scramble, all of in that little same area.
Yeah, Rahm's going to have a way easier putt than the other two, but it still has some undulations to deal with.
It's got some, but I think it's pretty straight overall. The hard part here is going to be getting this to the hole more back up the hill from this angle.
Just much more of a direct line from Rahm. It's a great aerial view. What he'll have left. Rahm, if you go back and look at the 9 different PGA championships he's had, he's been +9 over in the first 2 rounds. But plays well on the weekend. So still looking for that kind of quick start of a PGA championship.
Yeah, and that's, I think, just pressing. You know, he doesn't get to play against all of these guys very many times throughout the year. And when you do, you want to prove to everybody, you know, how good you are. And I think it's just a little bit of pressing to get each and every championship started out.
So the solid par for McIlroy. Yeah, he sees that disappointment because he knows just another 2 or 3 yards on that wedge shot after the perfect 352-yard drive would have given him a much better look and a much better opportunity.
Yeah, you don't want to be leaving yourself these, though. Not on greens that have as much pitch as these do. Shouldn't be a whole lot of break in this, though.
And a solid par for Rahm. So we'll take one more look at it. It's quite the haircut. You see that? He's got the little...
Yeah. It's got the old...
down to a point.
Major league.
Yeah. As we head to the 13th here,
Yeah.
Carl.
They've got a new tee box here that we may see on the weekend, where this hole will play right around 300 yards today, playing in that 365 range. And we've got a flag stick if you're hitting it out of the fairway where it's in a little bit of a bowl. You've got some help. If you land it short, it's going to hit on a downslope. And if you can bring it in from past the hole, you've got a backstop just past the flag stick.
And yet here's the iron for McIlroy off the tee.
How about this? 280 to carry those bunkers today into a stiff, cold breeze. Rory electing to lay back with an iron, and job well done.
I actually like that play where that flag stick is. If he hits driver, he's going to have 40 yards. That's 40 yards is a tough yardage to get enough spin on it.
I'd agree with that. Carl, also, it's just a heavy poke over that bunker today. I mean, 280 might have been generous. It's probably playing, you know, more like 295 uphill, and then you add in the wind and the moisture in the air. It's just, it's a heavy poke.
You see somewhat more of a hybrid off the tee for Speith.
This should be about in the same area as Rory's in terms of distance, but yanked this one.
In that unbelievable game we play, just stripes 3 drivers right down the middle, and then steps up and misses a fairway with a hybrid. All the more reason to get rid of those clubs, Carl.
I don't have one.
I think I got 7 of them.
Well, they're made for guys like you, Peter.
Well,
I don't
true.
think they're made for world-class ball strikers.
I don't have any shame in saying that I'm not a world-class ball striker. Matt Every, thank you.
Didn't think you did.
No, Rahm with the long iron as well.
Yeah, I think most of these guys today are going to take the longest iron in their bag and just chase it down here short of those fairway bunkers that guard the left side of this fairway. Pretty scoreable pin. It's got room behind it. You got a backstop behind it today. You also be playing back into the wind. So find the short stuff. You're giving yourself a good birdie opportunity here.
That's exactly what Rahm has done. He'll hit the fat part of the fairway, so he'll have a great look at it. On the 13th, we'll have Matt scurry up there quickly to see what Jordan Spieth is going to have to deal with after the little yank left off the tee shot. But our feature group right now, McIlroy, Spieth at even, tied for 20th with Rahm with that early bogey as we continue to roll through where the champions have arrived over the years. We continue our first round coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink. Welcome back to feature group coverage. First round coverage of the PGA Championship from Aronimink, but Steven Yeager getting it done early, Carl.
Yeah, look at these putts just going dead center, perfect speed. They're just absolutely carpet-like greens. At the par 3 fifth, slams one into the back.
Part of the quick start that he had, teeing off a hole number 1.
Man, that's just perfect speed. You get it going with the putter on greens like this, you can really run the tables. It's the 4th birdie of the day.
So 4 under through 7, and Xander Schauffele with another blazing hot start. Had an opportunity to call his first round at Valhalla a couple years ago. Had that 9 under 62, and Schauffele another quick start here this week. But here's where we're at on the 13th. McIlroy and Rahm both choosing irons. Have placed it perfectly with that short right pin placement. But Matt Every, Jordan Spieth, who was striping the ball with the driver, ended up finding that rough. Now McIlroy backing off on it, 136. Any wind out there, Matt?
A little bit. It's freshening. I mean, really, since these guys have teed off, it's been a steady 10 out here. Definitely enough to get your attention. It doesn't take much. This is a very exposed property here that we're playing this week. You said it, Peter. 136 for McIlroy, front right pin, just cut 5 paces on. He's got a backboard behind it. This is a really good opportunity to pick up another birdie here for Rory.
He's trying to move one in there from left to right. Tough to do with a short iron. Oh my goodness.
What?
I'll tell you what, Carl, between the last 2 holes, those are 2, I wouldn't even call them pedestrian wedges. Very poor wedges from Rory.
Oh, yeah, especially that one. My goodness.
I think he was just trying to engineer something.
Hey,
move it.
A lot of times these players try to move the ball a little bit too much with the short irons. It's just hard to do with that much loft. Now, Jon Rahm.
First fairway he's found today. Good angle from the left side. Should suit his eye nicely, too. Can peel something in from left to right. 132 here for Jon.
Look like a much better golf swing.
Oh, what a shot from Jon Rahm. There's a cool camera angle as well, too, to see the group.
Very nice.
Crowd around them.
Matt, we were trying to figure out if Jon Rahm was going to get credit for hitting the first fairway.
Yeah, we'll give it that's first fairway for real. No. Well, a little pro tip here, boys. If you're going to miss the fairway this week, miss it wide, because so far the slim misses have been punished big time. It's a terrible lie here for Jordan. I mean, full-on fried egg in the rough.
See if him and Greller decide to have a little convo.
I mean, the only thing he's got going for him with this angle is it gives him a little more room to run it up.
I think he'd be doing good to get 120 yards out of this, though, guys.
Oh, wow. That sounded really thick.
Oh, that's going to be absolute.
Terrible angle.
Yeah, that ball just squirted out straight to the right for Speith, and what an unforced error that was on really a fairly generous fairway. And just yanked it left and now puts himself in a bad spot.
Yeah, I'll bet if those two got to start this hole over, they'd be trying to rip driver past those bunkers.
I'm gonna hit like the Nintendo reset button there. Just like, one more time.
Let me just try that one more time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my mulligan.
Of course, you can visit the official PGA Championship shop at shop.pga.com, and it seems like every single year the merch tent gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And
Have you been to the merch tent yet?
yes, it took me 7 days to get through it. It was amazing.
You think they sell all that stuff, guys? I walked through there too. I mean, it's insane how much gear they got these days.
You see the amount of hauls on Instagram that people have from these events have just gotten.
Well, we know
wild.
the Philly faithful love their gear. At the Truist last year, they sold out of everything. Had to bring more stuff in. Sold out of that on Saturday afternoon. They didn't have anything to sell on Sunday.
It's poor planning.
Well, a lot of people want souvenirs.
I guess.
I mean, this is. I don't know if I'd wish this on my worst enemies, including you, Matt Every, on this shot right here, short-sighted.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not worse enemies. Same conference, Peter.
I mean,
Same conference. SEC, baby.
It's true. Well,
Just means more.
well, so is Jordan Speed, now the former Longhorn standout.
That's right. He's got his hands full here. Look, decent lie. We can see the ball. The one thing he's got going for him, or two things, back into the wind, and he's got a slope behind it as well that'll help slow this ball down. I don't know if that slope's steep enough to bring the ball back necessarily. Boy, anything inside of 15 feet here would be a really good shot for Jordan, and really just looking to leave yourself some kind of reasonable par attempt here.
What a great camera angle to see the slope just from there.
It's kind of a tweener flopper there. Just like Matt said, that's about where you expect it to go.
More birdies than bogeys so far, with 30 players through this 13th.
Matt, are those people out that built the scaffolding outside the fence right behind where Rory is?
I don't know what you're referring to here, Carl, but it's slammed here. I can tell you that. This is a really tricky shot for Rory. Tight lie. Contact's going to have to be perfect, and he's dealing with that shoulder on the left side of the green. It's going to be very fast off of it and shooting to the right.
Sounded Like good contact. Yep, there's the spin. Beautiful shot.
So no harm, no foul.
He's talking to him.
Yeah.
He's talking to the guys up on top of that. That's outside the boundary. They built a platform so they could watch the golf. There it is.
Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think he was giving Rory some problems up there with the clicks on the phone.
As you can see, even from that, just the wind is a little bit more of a.
Yeah, they said at 9 o'clock it was going to be in double digits in terms of the speed of the wind, and it was going to stay above all day long, reaching 15 miles an hour a little bit later this afternoon. So enough wind, I think, Matt, to keep these guys honest for sure.
Plenty. Doesn't take much out here. Gil removed a ton of trees, and I'd say one thing, if the trees were still here, maybe the wind would bounce around a little more and switch directions. I think now that it's more of an open field, this property, you might get a more steady, consistent wind, but it doesn't take much. And the more this place firms up throughout the week, the quality of the strike on the back of the ball is going to matter so much. Being in the fairway is going to matter so much. Leading into these major championships, there's so much coverage on TV, and we beat this thing to death for Monday through Wednesday. But at the end of the day, on some of these demanding courses, it's not rocket science. Play good golf, play it out of the fairways. If your irons are good, you're going to be there at the end of the week. Pretty flat putt here for Speith. It is back downhill, but as far as movement is concerned, not a lot in it. I got the first half sneaking right and then straightening late. Guys, it is absolutely slammed out here.
Straighten.
Yes, sir.
What a putt. Great read, Matt.
Yeah, that's pretty much the Jordan Speith experience right there.
That's going to feel good, too, boys. I mean, those first 3 holes were so solid. The first sign of stress he has, he delivers.
That's why I signed up for Feature Group.
Well, I forgot to take my blood pressure medicine this morning, so Speed's going to have to play some solid golf for me, but that was an excellent save.
Well, if you think the straight putts are the hardest ones, this one's for you. I have a really hard time finding anything in this for Rahm. Back down the hill. I think if you keep it inside the hole, it's got a pretty good chance of going in.
Oh, it wiggled to the left.
Matt, you saw that the same way that Rahm saw it. Just a touch over the left. And
sometimes, guys, you want to see some movement in it. It just makes it easier over the ball, the commitment, everything about it. And the straight ones are the ones that are tough to find anything. Those are the hardest ones. Those are the ones you bring your caddy in on.
Just a little cleanup work for Rory. Nice up and down.
great up and down for Rory McIlroy. And of course, he's one of those guys that have won the Masters and the PGA Championship. Looking to go back to back on those majors as we see a beautiful look. And I'll throw this to you for those watching in feature group coverage. And Carl, take a look at this. Who was the last player to win the Masters and the PGA Championship in the same year? Don't give that answer quite yet, because it seems like you already knew. You seem cocky, like you knew the Jeopardy.
I don't know if it was the last one.
Well, that's the question.
I know. I'm still going with it. I'll give you my answer in a minute.
Well, when we return, we'll have that answer. But the last player to win the Masters of the PGA Championship in the same year. As we continue our first round coverage of the 2026 PGA Championship. And you ready? All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think he's playing in this group. Jordan Speith.
That'd be incorrect, sir. That would be Jack Nicklaus, 1975, in the same year. See? He won it. Jack won it in the same year. Jack won the Masters in 75, but this was back when it was switched it back into August.
My bad, yeah. So he won the Masters and U.S. Open. And
Reading comprehension.
Yeah.
Tough for you. As we stride to the 14th, 220-yard par 3. You were so confident, too. I'm so glad you missed that because you were just like, I got it.
I was. That was a very confident miss. That's okay.
Confident about this pin placement here?
Miss confidently than miss scared. Tough hole location, actually, to get it close. You just underneath that last ridge on the left-hand side of the green is a really good spot to putt from, 20, 25 feet away. Just one birdie so far here at the 14th, and I think that is all due to this whole location, because if you get a little bit long or a little bit left, you're really handcuffing yourself in terms of getting that ball up and down and saving par.
Conversation here between Rory and Speith. John Rahm looking amused. No, I think he's further back. I don't think he's part of the conversation.
I think he is further back, but it certainly looks like he's sitting there looking at him going, what are you talking about?
So, as Brooks Koepka has got the closest to the pin name on the board right now. He hit it to 12 feet, but we're seeing quite a familiar name and a great leaderboard that's starting to shape up early into the PGA Championship. Cam Smith has found himself 3 under. Steven Yeager with a bogey over on the 8th to get back to 3 under, but right now Xander Schauffele at 3 under.
Yeah, you know what? Look out for Bud Colley this week. He has just kind of quietly had a very nice season so far. We haven't seen him in high contention, but finishing around 11th to 15th a lot of times and playing some nice golf. Yeah, and this is always going to be a part of the golf course that maybe doesn't flow as quickly as the rest of the golf course, with the short par 4 at 13. You got a difficult par 3 here at 14, and then one of the hardest holes on the golf course, the 15th. So this might be just a little bit of an area where it bottlenecks.
Obviously, the idea is to have it in around tournament golf, traditionally 4 hours and 45 minutes, but we might get some 5.5-hour rounds out here, which is just interesting for some of the players who like to play fast. But I don't know if there's a certain thing as a fast round in a major championship anymore, Carl.
No, there aren't very many fast rounds in the game of golf anymore. I'm a 3-hour guy.
Too fast.
Anything over 3:15, you have lost me. Mentally, anyway.
Rory talked this week about just kind of the strategy. And he says that really the strategy and the defense that the course has are the greens out here. This is going to be one of the ones where the pin placement on that back left-hand side. I imagine you can't challenge it long either.
.220 here for Rory today, boys. Just a gnarly pin at 14. I think far and away the hardest one on the green in the back left. Brooks Koepka just made a heck of a 2 here. You're gaining a shot and a half on the field, no doubt about it. The back half of this surface does slip away from the players.
It's got it on a good line.
You just slightly tell how tucked that pin is. Great play for Rory McIlroy as we see a aerial view of the 14th.
Yeah, and I think he always knew that ball was going to come up short. You can't hit a club that's going to get you past the flagstick.
I like it, boys. 220. And at the moment, blowing. That's I got it coming out about 11 o'clock right now for Speith. Sounded like a 4-iron. He's going to need to get all this to get it all the way back there.
They're probably playing something closer to 230.
Get a win. Come on. Come on.
Trying to carve it back in. All right.
Oh, that was really close to being about 5 feet away from the flagstick. And that's what you get out here. You've got to be so exact with your approach shots.
Just a normal draw then?
That's it. Well, yeah.
Frustrating miss on the last for Rahm, and not exactly the hole you want to go chasing to get that shot back. Anywhere at the center of the green, you'll take it a heartbeat today. 14.
Ball might be tracking. So good safe play for all three in our featured groups, Speith, McIlroy, and Rahm. We'll see the putting contests when we return here at the first round coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink.
It's the highest our sport gets, right?
Jordan Speith, who's trying to make history, trying to become another career Grand Slam winner.
Certainly, having won the other three, it's an elephant in the room for me. It's a goal of mine.
That would be the number one coolest thing that could happen to me going forward in this sport, I think. Would it creep into my head on a Sunday in contention? Probably. Can I embrace that and use that as an advantage? That would be kind of the fun test.
So there's Jordan Speith, opportunities to complete that career Grand Slam. 2019, that tied for third, but missed a cut last year. This is 86 events without a win, the longest drought in his career. He's not had a top 10 in the major since that 2023 Masters. This is the third week in a row that Speith has played, and he said it's kind of like grilling chicken. That's what he called it. He's like, on the grill, you got to get the grill just right.
Yeah.
He goes, you kind of build up that temperature. That's what he felt like he was doing this last couple of weeks, and Now we're seeing exactly, you're not going to have a whole heck of a lot of people challenge it, well, from 230 or 220 into the wind. Brooks Koepka with the lone birdie here just earlier. Now Puig had holed out from the bunker, and Koepka had that 12-foot. So make that 2 birdies now. Jordan Spieth, Matt trying to have number 3.
50-footer here for Jordan. Going to move to his right early, straight and late. Anything with speed on it past the hole could run off the green.
Yeah, that's why he was so delicate with that. It's just a lag putt. You want to get it inside a 2.5-foot circle, and Jordan's done just that.
It's been a really smart round outside of the pull tee shot on the last, where he was able to become the Speith magician and get the up and down. It's been a very solid start for him.
Well, think about the patience that the best major champions have had throughout the years. Jack Nicklaus, one of the most conservative players in major championships. Tiger Woods, by far the most conservative player, at least off of the tee. Scotty Scheffler playing away from flagsticks. So it's all about patience and just letting it come to you. I'm trying to make a long one here.
Yeah, very similar line to Speeth. Guys, they're just protecting against going past. I'm telling you, when we walked up, there's a couple of members of the media that are walking with me out here, and when we walked up and looked at this pin, I took my phone out and took a picture. I've never seen anything like it. Like 2 feet past this hole, it crowns off into the bunker behind the green. It's a lot for a 220-yard par 3.
Well, I've putted it into a bunker in a major championship.
Oh, do tell. Let's hear it.
Shinnecock, number 7.
Well, if there was ever a place to do it.
Yeah. Hit the green in regulation Thursday and Friday. It made a 4 and a 5.
A slightly different angle here for Rory. This one, if anything, I got it moving right to left a hair. But again, the tough part here is giving it enough conviction to get to the hole. Just outside of 25 feet.
It's got more pace to it. Easy.
Okay.
All right.
Like you said, gentlemen, this was not going to see a whole heck of a lot of birdies on this hole today, and that grandstand's a great look. 12-foot putt might be the one from Koepka, might be as close as we see for a while today.
Yeah, Koepka is just striping it. Got to watch him play a little bit earlier this week, and if that putter cooperates, he could be dangerous this week. Now Rory for par. Good solid 2-putt.
Would you say, too, Carl, when looking at this, and it goes back to the 2018 PGA or BMW tournament that they had out here, that scoring average, you're going to be having your opportunities more go zone on the front 9 versus the back 9?
In my opinion, the front 9 is quite a bit easier than the back 9. I think we'll see a pretty big discrepancy in scoring average from the front to the back throughout this championship, but you got to play them all. You know, you start one day on the front, one day on the back, one day in the morning, one day in the afternoon, and we all know that's the case. Good solid stroke there for Jon Rahm.
You never cared to hold for your first 9 holes, get it out of the way and hold on for the more difficult 9. That way you're warmed up, you're ready to go, you know where your game is, you feel like you could score on that easier 9.
2 different ways to look at it. You start on that tougher 9 and go out there and shoot 1 or 2 under par, and now you're thinking, okay, I can go low today.
Right.
So you know, you kind of have to embrace wherever it is you fall in the tee times and make a positive out of that. Speith, yeah, I was going to wonder if he was going to look at the hole. He did.
Left hand low and gets it done. So now for these players, really starting to enter the final stretch of Aronimink in 15, 16, 17, and 18. We start with the par 4 or 15.
Well, 15 and 16 are about the same distance. One's a par 4, one's a par 5. I have decided that this is a 2-hole par 9. If you can make an 8 or a 9 on these 2 holes, I don't care which way the wind is blowing, whichever hole's downwind is going to play quite a bit lower in terms of stroke average than the one that's playing into the wind. So don't worry about whether it says a par 4 or a par 5. Make an 8 or a 9, and then somehow get through this 17th hole, a difficult par 3. The 2 par 3s on this back 9 are awfully tough. And then just 490 yards up the hill at 18. Gotta be up the left-hand side. That tree right there on the right does overhang. As we come back to our 15th hole. Plenty of green to, plenty of space in the opening of this green to run the ball up. Yesterday we saw this hole playing into the wind, and
it was a 546-yard
par 4 into
the wind.
Yeah, we crossed the fairway to go up and take a look at the 13th green yesterday, and Bryson DeChambeau was about 60 yards back in the fairway from where we crossed, and I looked down the sprinkler head and it said 209. Bryson tried to hit a wood into this green.
Of course.
That's why you've got to just take the par out of your head, okay? It's downwind today. These guys are going to have an easy time getting to this green. And 16 will play a little tougher back into the wind.
Carl, I love that description, par 9. These next 2 holes, never heard it broken down that way. You're pitching a shutout today, bud.
Let's go.
You mentioned it, wind down off the right today here at 15. So those bunkers down the right, not really in play. Got a 290 carry. I think all 3 of these guys obviously have that in the tank. No problem. This fairway does slope pretty good from right to left, so anything turning right to left, landing in the left side's got a decent chance to make its way into that primary cut.
And this is going to find the rough on the left-hand side.
Easy. A couple of fans are going to get a front row seat for Rory's approach here on the 15th.
That's it. No reason to get any carry, Mikey.
No reason what?
Get any carry.
Oh, correct.
Nice low leader. I have those flags down off the left right now behind the green.
Okay.
Supposed to be here?
It's supposed to be maybe a hint off to the right.
Okay.
We're starting to see some shadows now. Get this course dried out. Jordan didn't say anything to it, which tells me it's perfect.
Yeah.
That's pretty long, too.
It's a little brisk for the players earlier today. Rahm looking at that crowd that is, it's really right off the 15th. There's a 17th tee box that's right near it, so there's a lot of fans that try to gather in this area.
Yeah, you got the 16th green and the 17th tee over there. I was just waiting for somebody to play. All right, looks like John is maybe.
We heard enough of a good hit, a smile for Rahm, so.
Yeah, it looks like his swing is settling in nicely.
So as our feature group continues to roll on, Jordan Speith with a fantastic drive here on the 15th. Rahm looking for a couple of putts to fall. Rory smiles early so far here at the PGA Championship. Welcome back to feature group coverage of PGA Championship. Reminder, you can follow 4 different feature groups and feature holes live on ESPN+. We see Schauffele, Koepka, Hatton, Bryson, Ludwig, Ricky Fowler. Of course, our group, McIlroy, Speith, and Rahm, and Woodland, Day, and Burns. And also that closing stretch of holes we talked about, 15, 16. It's just a treacherous par 3, 17. There'll be a lot of drama this entire week, but the weather. Carl, you just got a chance to take a look outside of our trailer, starting to clear up and look nice.
Clouds are starting to part a little bit. We're seeing some guys take off their layers, their outer layers.
Just a perfect drive for Jordan Spieth. Rahm and McIlroy a little bit farther, but tugged over to the left for Spieth. According to our great researcher, David Gordon, 5 straight pars to open the PGA Championship. That's the first time he's done it since 2017.
But the first time he's made 5 straight pars
in a PGA open up a PGA Championship. It might be the first 5 pars ever. He is
not his forte. Just
so much fun to watch.
Oh my! Of course,
for that reason. And then him and Greller always have a really spirited conversations between them two.
Yeah, we can just get a look at the top of his grip. It's a very interesting grip for Jordan. It's an interlock with a very weak left hand, one of the weakest on tour.
That's when you know he's playing well, Matt, is that we've had very little talk between Greller and Speith so far today.
Yeah, disappointing for us. That's the best part. 205 here for Speith off a slight downslope and a pretty stiff breeze at his back at the moment. I think he's got to land this short of the green if he wants to get it close.
Great look at what Matt was talking about is that ball. I mean, it's almost kind of like an Open Championship type pin.
Yeah, and with the wind now starting to pick up, these players are going to really have to start thinking about bouncing it in here to the 15th. That's a tough putt he's got coming up too. It's a downhill putt, but it's back into the wind. Very easy to leave that 4 or 5 feet short.
Yeah, one of the opportunities Aronimink offers you when you drive it in the primary cut is, for the most part, there's mouths at the front of these greens you can chase it up on. This is one of them here for Rory. Pretty good lie, all things considered. He's got a little bit of grass behind the ball, but I'd say far and away the best lie we've seen in the rough today so far.
Social media camera crews behind him.
I was just getting ready to say, these guys are taking this video that they're never going to look at again. Rory trying to bounce one up into this green.
Oh, wow.
Needed one more bounce in the fairway.
Well, he'll get a line from Jordan coming up in a little bit. It's kind of like when you take the video of the golf swing like that. It's kind of like when you take video of fireworks. You're like, man, this is a great idea. Do you ever go back and look at it?
No.
Perhaps.
Put the phones away. Enjoy the present.
Such a good point, Peter.
Yeah, because I think it should come out a little bit, you know, and so low 40s would probably be really ideal.
Really aggressive with the tube, huh?
3/4, man.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Matt, this ball did end up on the first cut. How's the lie look?
Yeah, we'll talk about the photo taken later. The lie's fine, but it's still a tough break rolling into that first cut. Obviously, you'd like for it to be out of the fairway, but a good angle here for Rahm. 171 yards. I still think he needs to land this about 5 paces short of the green.
Landed it all the way on, but some good spin. And so that'll ultimately be the best look from him as Rahm tries to get back to even par. Of course, Rory McIlroy's made some changes in his game. Natalie Sheehan, the PGA teaching professional out of the Pelicans, out at Frisco right now. Tell us a little bit about that change, Natalie.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We saw Rory hit a tee shot to the left here, which ultimately doesn't cost him that much without as many trees on this golf course anymore. But he made a very big adjustment at the Masters to fix just that left miss that he wasn't loving. And I want to show you exactly what you could do at home. So all he did to help fix that club face a little bit was add some hip rotation through the ball. So if this is something you struggle with, what I want you to do is get into your backswing, take your front foot and just step it a little bit open or left and back of where it started and swing through. So I'm gonna do it in full speed here. So we're gonna swing back, step, and go through. It just sort of opens up your hips sooner. It's going to help you keep that club face a little bit more square through the ball. And that's exactly what Rory did to win the Masters this year. You can hit it really nice and straight when you add that hip rotation if you struggle with that. Back to you guys.
Great stuff, Natalie. Is just the adjustments that Rory has tried to make and has done it quite well.
Yeah, a lot of times when guys that play the way that Rory does, from the inside to the out and play a draw, you can get up on the ball of your left foot as you're coming down through impact. Another way to accomplish what Natalie was talking about was just feel like you're getting that weight to the left heel a little bit quicker as well, and that's sort of what that drill does. So I'm surprised you weren't taking notes.
Listen, trust me, she's on speed dial for my golf game right now as we see where the players have arrived on the par 9, 15 and 16, as you like to call it earlier, is over 1,000 yards of yardage, but gonna have a couple looks at it. Truthfully, I'm not quite sure if there's anybody I'd want to get a read more from lately than Jordan Speith, the way that he's been rolling it. And that's what Rory will have to take a look at.
You just got to be careful here because you know what putts on the golf course are fast, and you know he's got it in his brain that this is a downhill putt. It's a pretty fast putt, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of wind coming back at you, and any putt over 30 feet when you have more than 10 miles an hour of wind, you have to account for that wind. Easy to leave this short.
You know, Carl, a lot of people subscribe to the theory that wind matters more than grain. Obviously, these surfaces are some of the more severe these guys are going to face all year, but I can't tell you how many times I see world-class players putting downhill into the wind leave it short. It's almost a lock. It's a pretty steep slope he's going back down to, but also a stiff breeze into his face. It's got quite a bit of movement from left to right. I've already had really just one point of stress today for Speith, and that was back on the 13th with the hybrid out of position off the tee. I'd say this is somewhat stressful 2-putt here for Jordan.
And that flag stick is whipping back at the players. Ah, that's really nicely done.
Awfully good lag for Speith, so McIlroy able to get a little bit of a look.
I think more than anything, he got a look at the speed.
Yeah.
It was very nicely done there from Jordan. Nothing easy about it. Maybe borrow a little more break here if you're Rory.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking that advice, aiming well to the left. If he makes this putt, it's going to go in on a clock probably at 8 o'clock.
It's a little bit of a higher lead.
It's a good line.
Well played for McIlroy.
That putt broke 7 feet.
And just a little bit less pace, and it would have rode that ridge just a touch more. Only one birdie so far today on the 15. Patrick Cantlay.
an opportunity here for Rahm to get something going, maybe, you know, slightly outside of the realistic distance of a make, but it's important for these guys to hang in there on this first 9 holes. Far and away the harder 9 here at Aronimink, and also probably the toughest conditions they're going to play in the rest of the week. This place is going to warm up, and I don't think we're going to see quite as much of wind.
Cloud cover starting to scatter out. We're starting to get a little sunshine on the golf course. Now Rahm to get back to even.
Three excellent putts.
So the friendly handshake of what appears to be pars for this trio.
Yeah, Jordan still has a little bit of work left.
These greens are just in such great shape, and you know, the story about 1954, President Eisenhower got a putting green installed at the White House. He got that.
Why wouldn't you?
No, why would you not, right? 3,000 square feet, and the turf came from the greens here at Aronimink. It's the power you can have. I can have any kind of putting green surface of any course in the country. Put it right there in the White House. Dwight D. Eisenhower said, "This is the greens that I want." Now, Speith. Never doubt.
Yeah, he's got a good scoring opportunity coming up at the 16th, the par 5.
McIlroy will clean this up, and that par 5 just one of 2 that we'll see on this championship golf course. Par 70. McIlroy started last week at the Truist with 17 straight pars before a birdie on the 18th. And Tommy Fleetwood's kind of giving him hell, going, "Man, you should have just gone for the straight 18 straight pars. That would have been fun to see." Well, we stride over to the 16th.
Yeah, coming back into the breeze, though. 551 yards. It's going to take 2 nice pokes to get it there. 7 birdies so far today, though.
You see that over on that left-hand side, a little flat.
Yeah, ball on that back ridge where it had to. How did that ball stay on the top of that ridge?
No clue. No clue. It's really kind of a distinct area of land where this is built on Aronimink, and it's almost like a bowl to a certain extent. And there's just different ways to kind of play these. That's why you see some of the small undulations here on the fairways as McIlroy will wait.
Yeah, the hole just to the right of these players is number 11. If you get back towards that 11th tee, that's sort of the center of that bowl that you're talking about for the entire property.
The golf course itself was founded in 1896. It was originally called Belmont Cricket Club, renamed Aronimink back in 1900. It was at a different location in the area. In 1928, they gave the keys to Donald Ross and said, "Design a championship golf course," and indeed he has. It was interesting, you know, just talking about the different bunkers. There was a lot of bunkers in the original design, but there were larger bunkers that kind of got broken up over time. And when Gohans came in here back in 2017, restored a lot of those bunkers.
Yeah, 174 bunkers. Man, that's a lot of work every morning.
We've got a little bit of a break on the 16th, as these guys will be catching up on the course. So we're going to take a break with them as well. Steven Yeager, one clear of the field as we continue our first round coverage of the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink. Bring it. All of these guys are great junior golfers in their own right. Remember, PGA Junior League bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJRLeague.com. Rory McIlroy now on the 16th.
Back into the breeze, boys. 295 to carry the bunkers down the left. Fairway that slopes pretty severe from left to right.
Now we see it just nestles in.
That might be one that he could force up there with a
little top spin on it.
Driving iron.
Now, Speith, this is a completely different line, Matt. I would imagine he takes than Rory trying to challenge that bunker on the left side.
I was gonna say it's almost not a fair fight. What Rory just did there. I mean, that was cruise control and about 310 in the air into the wind. Totally different golf hole for Speith. He's gonna have to shift that target out to the right, and it's going to take two decent pokes for him to get home in two.
Walks it up the fairway, and no doubter.
Guys, that's a really good tee shot. There's a skinny target over there on the right in between the bunkers and the rough.
Yeah, and with a small dog leg from right to left, this fairway slopes from left to right, which makes it even tougher.
And Carl, you touched on it a little bit earlier. You know, Speith's been driving it great this year. It's just occasionally he'll hit a foul ball. When I watch him, he's no different than any other guy out here. He struggles with the uncomfortable tee shots, and I would say, you know, a fairway that's sloping from left to right with wind back into your face off the left, trouble left I would subscribe that as a tough tee shot. So that's a good sign there from Speith.
Now Rahm looks like he is going to try and work one from right to left.
We'll just making sure Rahm is making sure everybody was okay there. Something happened.
Something distracted him.
Oh boy, that was a rip at it. And you said right to left, and that's exactly what he got.
184 ball speed. That had his backlash was faster than my through swing.
What was more impressive, that shot or Speith or Rahm hearing something in his backswing and jumping off and going, "Everybody okay?" I mean,
let's be perfectly clear. He's got some rabbit ears at the times.
They're all chasing Steven Jaeger, 4 under through his first 9 here at the first round of the PGA Championship. Beautiful Aronimink Golf Club.
Cool, I think a decent tee shot down here, but where on earth's it gone? I know it's just trickled into the rough. Let's have a little wander around and see it. This is really quite spinachy like. And you can look and look and look and you think, well, there's not a ball in here. And have a look at this lie down here. Honest to goodness. Look at that. You'd have to be Popeye the Sailor Man to get out of there. Just ran in and in she goes. The rough here is patchy, variable.
Great aerial view of our featured group, Rory McIlroy, Jordan Speith, and John Rahm. All of them trying to find those great fairways here at Aronimink. In case you don't, it could get a little nasty. Ken Brown, one of the golf legends and a part of our announcing crew, gives us a little bit of what the players are looking at if they do find the rough here.
Cool, I think a decent tee shot down here, but where on earth's it gone? I know it's just trickled into the rough. Let's have a little wander around and see it. This is really quite spinachy like. And you can look and look and look and you think, well, there's not a ball in here. And have a look at this lie down here. Honest to goodness. Look at that. You'd have to be Popeye the Sailor Man to get out of there. Just ran in and in she goes. The rough here is patchy, variable. That's the beauty of rough. Rough is rough. Sometimes we were at Quail Hollow last time, all the rough is exactly the same. And to play out of it, it's a consistent shot. It's not easy, I'm not saying it's easy to get out of, but you know what you've got to do. This rough here, you can get one like that, or it can be sitting a bit perky on the top, and you've got to be able to read the lies. But if you get one of those, it's a horror story. Just thrash it out.
Thrash it, Popeye, perky. I mean, Ken's the best.
Well, I mean, Rory's already dealt with that at the first hole. He had a brutal lie that he just thrashed out of there and ended up making a bogey.
McIlroy strokes gained off the tee, #1 on tour so far. Got just slightly aggressive with that tee shot. You heard him whenever off the tee, he goes, oh, Rory. Just tried to bite off a little bit more than he wanted to.
Yeah, that ball's just falling a little bit more to the left than he'd like to see it.
The players gonna have to wait for just a little bit. Kind of interesting conditions. We see a little bit of a breeze this morning. You could see our breath as we were entering the TV compound this morning here at Aronimink, and warm up a little bit. We see the 76ers fan in the background. Little man's there, but all different types of views that we get. Now, Carl, you applied for this job. Luckily, we have a true pro in Darren Wargo, who's, I mean, if we pan out and see how far he is.
I would be white knuckling every solid piece of that thing. No, thank you.
You know, that's what it feels like anytime I watch a full Jordan Spieth round. I'll be honest with you, just kind of up there and just holding on and figuring out. But it's an un-Spiethian-like scorecard, as Michael Fox, great part of team member and graphics, had said. Only opened a major with 7 straight pars once in his career. That rolls back all the way to 2015. Part of the amusement park ride that his game has provided us. So that while they're waiting a little bit, we're going to show you what they are waiting for right now. It's one of our other groups. Mr. Hatton for birdie. A little struggle bus this morning. I knew it was low early.
Bit of a bottleneck up here, guys. These boys were watching putt on 16 green right now. They had to wait for the 17th tee box to clear before they could chip and putt around here. They were waiting as well. So just there's a lot going on in this part of the golf course, a lot of crisscrossing, and you're just seeing the effects of that.
Yeah, it's the beauty and the curse right now of this golf course, where yes, it gets bottlenecked up, but it's so fan friendly to be able to jump to different spots. A lot of fans wanted to see what Brooks Koepka is going to look like in his return to tour. 1 under so far to get to 2.
Well, he is absolutely striping the golf ball with his.
Get there.
Oh, that ball to the left at the end. That's a different putter. You know, he switched to the mallet, what, about 6 weeks ago or so? That is a new mallet putter. New for this week. Trying to find that honeymoon phase. If he can find a honeymoon phase with a putter,
game on.
He's going to win, because he's hitting it that well.
Schauffele's been in about a 5-year honeymoon phase with his game. Another quick start for him. Carl, like I said, got the privilege to call his first round 62 at Valhalla a couple years ago, and it was just solid.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything of, oh my gosh, something incredible special is happening. It just goes to show you his game is built for these moments. 4th birdie so far today.
That's
in his opening 9. So back to our featured group. This is that bunkering again that comes into play right around that 285 area. Speed with the perfect drive, as Rahm was as well. McIlroy just cooked it a little bit over on the left-hand side. So now we get back to Jordan.
267 here for Speith, playing from a nice angle, right center of the fairway. This is 3-wood, and he's going to need to step on it. Back into the fan. Anything out to the right today is a pretty good miss.
Sit down. Softly.
Oh, he dotted it.
Wow, I thought it was enough.
You even heard him sit down at first. Thought it was enough, but that breeze may have knocked it down just a touch as we'll get ready for Jon Rahm.
Boy, just needed a couple more yards there, guys. That's going to be okay. Back into the wind. We should be able to get that within 8 or 10 feet. Jon Rahm from 258, and a good opportunity to. Good opportunity to get one back here, boys. Put a little air underneath this one and let it land on the center of the green, and should be able to stop it back into the wind.
You know, this should be a perfect yardage for him to just go ahead and hit one. I don't think he can hit this over the green.
Go. Go ball. Go. Go ball. Go.
A little higher trajectory. No, he was asking for it to hope. I almost wonder if he'd rather that in the bunker.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you, either one of them wouldn't have been great because it would have been on the downslope. But that's the last place you want to miss right there if you're Rahm. Now, what a break for Rory playing quickly. This ball is just absolutely teed up. 242 into here. When I say teed up, I mean, it couldn't be a better lie, guys.
Good enough to go with the fairway metal out of the primary cut.
Wow.
At least that got down into the flat. He'll have a chance from there.
So for Rory, 2 wins in his last 5 majors. Of course, 1 at Kiowa, 1 at Valhalla back in the day. If you had to guess how many major championships Rory McIlroy has teed it up in,
oh gosh,
Carl, what would you gander?
Let's go with trying to do a little math here.
It's a nice number.
70.
1 high, 69, 69th major that he's teed it up in, and these are the ones that he has won going back to 2011. And of course, we talked about Kiowa and Valhalla in 2012 and 2014, but then that decade plus drought, so much was put on how to approach Augusta, how to approach that week at the Masters.
He tried everything.
Everything. Found the right formula, broke through, and then the question was, how many now? What do you make of his approach with that week and how he may view his approach going forward?
Yeah, I don't think his approach is going to change a whole lot moving forward. I mean, you can't take 3 weeks off before every single major championship, but you know, maybe he leans a little bit more toward getting to where these major championships are and seeing the golf course a little bit more and getting some rounds in where you're playing from start to finish. You're not just hitting a bunch of shots. So when you do get into a spot of bother or out of position, it's okay. I've been there a couple of times. I thought that was brilliant what he said about Augusta just playing it, you know, playing the golf course from start to finish and playing for a score. And it's okay. You hit it in the trees a few times.
So let's take a look at back at the 16th and how they got here to in the fairway. Speith and Rahm, McIlroy on the left-hand side, but all 3 of them going to become fraternity members on the short left-hand side.
Yeah, Rahm's going to have a much more difficult shot than Rory and Jordan.
Matt Every doing a great job on the golf course, doing the Lord's work. How are these lies out there, Matt?
The Lord's work, some might say. This is average here for Rahm. You can't see the ball, but it's not the thickest batch of rough here out of Aronimink. Back into the wind. He's got a little bit of a backstop behind it, but it's still a very difficult shot. Anything inside of 15 feet would be really well done. Not good here.
Right underneath it. You know, he's just left himself in some bad spots already this morning. You miss it right at 1. You miss online with the flagstick here at, excuse me, on 10. You miss it online with the flagstick at 16. Just mistakes that you can't make in major championships.
Taking a look, goes just really straight under it.
Yeah, ball just rolled right up the face. Now Rory.
Well below the surface here for Rory. He's going to have to really spank this one and give it some speed to stop it close.
Sounded good.
Yeah, it sounded a little behind it to me.
Did it?
Definitely didn't react like it was thumped. Not the worst shot, though.
You could tell a little bit of disgust there, but still a good look at Birdie.
When I was taking a peek at these lines in the bunker, Jordan definitely had the better of the 2. Rory's was you know, it was more on the flatter part of the surface down there. Jordan's got a slide upslope he's dealing with. These guys are waiting on tee shots at 17 now. Xander tugging one way left. A lot going on out here, boys.
Yeah, we just got a good look at where Rory played from and the replay of it. You're definitely right. He hit a little bit too far behind that golf ball. Yeah, I think that the players will figure this little bottleneck out a little bit more as this tournament, as this championship moves along.
And it was a treat for any of the fans that had an opportunity to come out here, because if you want to catch somebody on 10, you can go to 11, you go cross over to 15, you cross back over to 17 or 9. All of these holes very accessible, but it does lead to moments like this where players will have to wait out of common courtesy. As you see just where they are. That's Hatton about to hit, so they have to kind of take a look at, all right, I'm about to swing. Hatton just some 20 paces away.
Just had a chirp in the gallery. All timer. Stay calm, Hatton. Stay calm.
So see, just
definitely got a few giggles.
They'll just wait for him to walk past the 16th green. They kind of have to skirt the back left edge of this 16th green as they walk down. As you can see him there walking down the 17th. So he'll wait till that clears.
All right, Jordan ready to roll, boys. This is doable. Good lie off the upslope. Wind back into his face.
Smith.
Another one that just came out with nothing, guys.
Yeah, it was a good lie. You thought even with that little abbreviated follow through, you get a little bit of just a little more spin. Did not get that from Jordan Speed, so him and McIlroy will have similar putts. Now Rahm, after just kind of going straight under the chip shot.
I'll tell you, he caught a pretty good break. This ball didn't plug on him. Landed into a pretty steep face, rolled out of it. This is fairly routine, guys. He's off the severe upslope. Again, right back into the wind. It's just how cute do you want to be with it? One of those guys that plays this thing with a wide open face.
Play it just like that.
Will be a ho-hum 5 for Rahm, but still will feel like he gave back half a stroke to the field after a great drive. Carl, just that ball, that 3-wood it appeared to hit, just really got caught up in that wind right for the jump.
Yeah, just ballooned it, way overspun it. He needed that ball to be a lot flatter, kind of to pierce through the wind.
It's a great look at just a beautiful day. And really that appeared to be just kind of the moisture that we got late last night, that quarter-inch of rain, just a little slight, almost misty this morning to start the round early, but the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend gonna have some great weather.
Yeah, it's gonna heat up on us over the weekend as well. This ball's got some pretty good movement from right to left.
It does. Doesn't need to worry about the speed either. This is packed around the 16th green. If it falls, it's going to get loud.
Oh, yes.
here we go. Jordan Spieth gives that crowd something to cheer for, just like Every was talking about. Gets the fist bump from Gurley.
It's been a pretty solid start for Jordan Spieth so far. Really solid.
Taking one more look, kind of that pop putting stroke. Spieth finds himself at red numbers now. See if anything, Rory learning from that putt, Matt.
Maybe a little, slightly different angle. I would say less break here for Rory. It still is going to move a little from his right to left, but he's might have to be a little cautious with the speed. Very makeable though.
Good effort. A little softer. That would have gone in.
Again, if we've told you guys watching us here on the featured group, the back nine most likely going to have a higher scoring average than the front nine this week. So the opportunities for the players, if they can get through 17 and 18 with no easy task, be able to push down the accelerator a little bit more as they'll enter their back nine. So 2 pars and a birdie for our featured group.
It's about 3/4 of a shot right now difference between the front nine and the back nine.
Stephen Jaeger still at 4 under, 1 clear of Xander Schauffele. Bud Cauley right now 3 under. Now Rahm, after an adventure in himself to clean up his par.
All right, I'll be disappointed that he didn't have at least a look for birdie there at 16.
I would have lost money on that wager, especially after his great drives. And so now they will stride all the way about 10 paces to the left to get to the 17th tee box. And this is quite the hole.
Yeah, 241 yards today. That's because the flagstick is stuck back in the right-hand corner. To be fair, it's a little bit of a bowl back there on the right-hand side of this green. Got a little bit of help if you want to bring it in from the left. And anywhere just in the middle of this green, 30, 35 feet away, is a very acceptable shot. Just 2 birdies today.
Bryce Fisher, one of those birdies, the closest to the pin that we've seen so far today. Keith Mitchell, always rocking the visor. Put it to 7 feet, but was not able to make that putt. See, Speith going to have a hybrid in his hand.
Well, the last time he hit the hybrid, he hit the only really bad shot he's hit all day, and that was the tee shot off of 13. You see the rangefinder there, the laser. That is allowed this week by the PGA of America. You cannot use any slope, but just for raw yardage.
Now this is what they're waiting on. Xander Schauffele already 3 under in his round today.
Well, that little cut of rough that's behind his golf ball is definitely going to affect his stroke. He's going to have to get a little more vertical on his backstroke so he can clear that cut of rough. And great look at it right there. This club's going to have to come straight up in the air. And when you do that, you come down on the ball with a little bit more of an angle of attack, and sometimes that leaves the putter face open, easy to miss to the right. Yep, nicely judged.
Yep. A lot of people will gladly take 3s on the 17th.
Yeah, he hovered it up so he didn't have to pick it straight up. That was smart. And then you just hit the the ball with the bottom of the putter right at the equator, and that gets it rolling end over end.
It's quite the scorecard for Xander, who unfortunately that was 4 bogeys, so another square goes on the card, drops him 2 back of Steven Yeager, the leader.
Brooks for his par. Ran that first putt by a little bit.
Back of the cup. Fans happy to see him back playing on this tour. Hatton with the struggles. That stretch of holes there, 13, 14, and then the double over on 15. Part of the issues that he had. Now we get ready to head back to the 17, Speith, and see just over that hump where that pin is.
Wind doesn't seem to be humming right now.
Again, it's just the par 3s. Down here, this one will play some 240 today. Number 8 will play close to that as well when they make the turn.
All you can eat 240 here. There's some wind up there, Carl. I'd say it's quartering right now in off the left, about 1030. It's a hybrid for Speith, and you mentioned that the last one went left no good here with the water.
Needs it to hold on, starting to peel off on that right side. Okay. Ball seemed to set up fairly decent for him.
Yeah, that's a tough shot, though. He's going to be landing on a downslope, and everything's going away from him.
Spot on there, Carl. That's it's going to be very difficult up and in there for Speith. Ideally, you'd like to be putting left of this hole because it's an uphill look. But then you bring water into play at 240 yards. It's not like you're coming into this with an 8-iron. This is a really, really tough hole here at Aronimink.
Looks like a good line.
It needs to hustle.
All right, so the fat part of the green for McIlroy. Rahm, over the last 10 years, those who have played quite a fair amount of golf, best par 3 scoring average that's out there. He was asked about that earlier in the week. And asked if there was a different approach, and he said no, it's just simple on the par 3s. It's more of just where the pin's at, grab it and hit it.
No, I'm good.
That's a good stat to be at the top of. Those guys that are nasty with the irons, they usually print money as long as the rest of the game's not a liability, and clearly that's not the case with Rahm. A bit of a slow start here, though. Going to take a healthy strike to get this one in the correct tier.
All right.
Oh, careful. Careful.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Got a little worried about that one. That one started to cook a little bit on the left-hand side, but
hold on.
Hold on.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
As long as it doesn't go to the left.
The aerial view is okay. It'll be right on that front fringe as long as it stops moving. It appears that it has. So Rahm with a little bit of a bump and run likely coming up, or maybe a real long putt. As we see Jordan Spieth 1 under, 3 back from Steven Yeager, first round leader. Rory McIlroy and Rahm with some great emotions here. First round coverage at Aronimink. Back on the 17th, aerial view of where we've only seen one birdie so far today. Rahm going to have quite some fun in front of him, some nearly 70 plus feet.
Just a little tap in.
Just tap it in. Carl Paulson, along myself, Peter Burns, Matt Every out on the golf course. And Matt, it is we were bragging that it felt great in our announcing booth here earlier, but you're getting the better end of the deal. I just stepped outside of our cave and it looks perfect out there now.
It's a delight out here, and I'm telling you, I don't think I've ever been in a place more crowded than it is right now. Maybe it's the part of the course we're in, but it feels like in parts it's 20 deep. Long ways home here for Rahm, going with the flat stick. This is going to be really slow in the back half. It's going to swing to his left.
So hard to get this there. That's very nice. That's acceptable from 72 feet.
That dog will hunt. As you see, you can find the 9th tee box, the 18th tee box, 17, 16 green. That's why there's quite amount of fans that Matt was talking about.
Yeah, we just got a great look. That is a lot of humans in a small area.
A couple things here, fellas. One, we're off a slide up slope, which is going to help him. Is back into the wind as well, but I mean, it's a pretty severe downslope he's landing this on, and if he wants to get it close, he's going to need to kind of cut the legs out of this and soften the blow when it lands. So bringing in a little bit of a risk here, taking a bigger swing.
That's so good.
Good. I love when players do that. They take 2 rehearsal swings where they take it a full swing and then they get off the ball and they just go waist high to waist high. I think that was the right play too. I think he could have gotten that closer play in the super flop, but you bring in the risk of not getting it on the green.
Can't win the tournament on the first day. Take a look at, just really leaves that blade wide open. Letting the ball just kind of kiss off that club face, but boy, like Matt, you were just talking about, once it hit, it rolled out fairly quick.
This is one of those up and over putts, Matt, that we've been talking about.
Yeah, it is. It's he's dealing with the spine about 2/3 of the way there, and he's looking way out to the right. Brooks Koepka had a similar putt in the group in front of him, maybe a little bit closer, and ran it by a good 5 or 6 feet. So something to pay attention to, but should have quite a bit of swing from right to left late.
Takes that turn. Great putt for McIlroy.
Excellent.
Excellent. Is that Mr. Burns from The Simpsons right there? Excellent.
Was it meant to be?
It still worked. I mean, just look at the fans.
Well, if they had a stat where they broke the putts up, your strokes gained putting for par versus your strokes gained putting for birdie, these guys are much better for par. You want to know why?
Why?
They hate bogeys.
I stepped right into that one.
They hate birdies too?
Yeah.
I never understood that, Carl, but it's so true. I mean, it's amazing how a 10-footer, they'll find the bottom of the cup more often when it's for par than for birdie. You got to like the chances of this one going in for Speith. Got a really good look at what this should do. It's going to move a little from his left to right. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Back up the hill as well. This is when you just make solid contact and listen for it. Maybe left edge here for Speith.
Left hand low.
Was there ever a doubt?
Not much one. Speith has gotten himself into 2 bits of bother here in the front 9, and like Houdini once again finds his way out of the straitjacket.
Now, Matt brings up a good point about them. They like birdies, but I think they hate bogeys more than they like birdies. I just had a ton of both of them. It's got a little movement to the left in this. Just long enough to keep his attention. Yeah, solid.
He hates bogeys as well. It's a good solid par for Rahm. And it just that lone bogey on 10.
Well, Speith with a par at the 18th hole will be bogey free on his front 9. Last time he's done that in a PGA Championship, 2019. And a good 2-putt for Rory as well.
Well, now it gets fun, gentlemen, because the 18th is a certifiable beast. These guys will head on to this tee box, Carl. 484 up the hill with the tree kind of blocking out part of the fairway. If you're into those things, it's not bad.
You really need to be on the left-hand side of this fairway. You need to be left of the center line on this fairway. Otherwise, you're going to have to work something in from left to right and kind of keep it low underneath a tree. A pretty difficult hole location, too. And a little bit of a downslope from the front of the green towards the flagstick. You can work the ball in from left to right and use the contours of the green to curl that ball in from the left-hand side. Just one birdie so far today.
8 bogeys, you see. Good friend Smiley Kaufman, that kind of showcasing how you want to be on that left side of the fairway. Yesterday in the video, did you see him hit that?
No, I didn't.
Pretty cool. About 200 yards, hit about 5 feet, and Speith once again a little body language.
Yeah, he knows that he might have to move on a little from left to right in his second shot, but that'll be okay.
That is some over dramatization, by the way, this tree. I mean, you're coming in with such a long club, you're automatically going to be underneath it. And then you got the wind and kind of just the way the hole shapes, asking for a cut into here. I don't know. I think that was made for TV, boys.
Okay. Well, if you ever let the facts get in the way of a good story again, Matt, we're gonna have words at dinner.
I think Speith, put it this way, I think Speith would take a ball in the right center of the fairway every single day this week.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a fit for Rory as that bunker juts out on the right-hand side.
Well, the bunkers down the right would be a really good poke to carry him all today.
Just another one to the left. No, that squeezes it to the left side. Now he's perfect.
Garden spot there.
Is it just left to right the wind, or is it coming at him a little bit?
It's almost dead off the left. I think if anything, there's a breath of hurt, but it could easily bounce the other way. It's kind of that direction at the moment. It's one of those, Carl, where if you play a fade, it's going to help you. If you draw it, obviously it's going to hurt, but you can get some help out of a fade.
See his lined up just on the left side of that fairway, looking to ride that wind.
A little more to the right.
Keep it up, Jordan.
All right.
Okay.
Fairway hit. We'll see if that tree does become any kind of an issue for Jon Rahm. Comfortable with that left to right shot. As it was straight up there. Ninth hole of the day, the 18th. We'll return our first round coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink.
I'm wandering onto the 18th green. It's pretty typical of a lot here. Quite wide, exceptionally wide, and about 35 paces deep. It's almost a circle. But there's about 50% of this putting surface you really can't put the flags on because there's too many slopes. You just watch those balls wandering about. There's the back right, there's one over the bunker here, a little gully in the middle. But there's a little special one. And like a lot of greens on this golf course, there's little areas where you can tuck the flag. And just look at this. It's like going into your parlour. Just on the left side of the green, little flat area here. I mean, it's a work of art. Little bluff at the front, bunker to the left. It's a miniature green in itself. And if you can tuck the flag here, it'll be so tricky. It must be 3 yards by 3 yards. Little ledge, little shelf where you can tuck the flag. Will they use it? Kerry Haig's in charge of putting the flags out, and he's a master of it. And there's a lot of greens like this with these little plateaus, and it makes your approach play got to be so accurate. Little bunker there, just down the slope there. It's beautiful. It's A1. It's fantastic.
Just the way he says fantastic.
A1.
Fantastic. And an A1 drive for Jordan Spieth, and especially for Rory McIlroy. I mean, I don't know if you could put it at a better spot than what McIlroy did on that left-hand side. 2 birdies so far today. I mean, the weather too, Carl. You just had an opportunity. I mean, it is becoming perfect.
Yeah, it's crispy out there, but it is just, I mean, it's a perfect temperature for a thin cover up.
Quarter zip season.
Got mine on.
I might sell a few. Johnny O doing a great job with our coverage this week.
I don't think I can stay under it that long.
Does he have a clear line at this flagstick?
Oh, he's going to have to manipulate something, but I'm just saying it's not the end of the world being in the right side of this fairway, especially with the wind off the left. I got 172 here for Speith. Just looking to shape a baby cut, maybe 20 feet left of this hole. Something like that.
Wow.
Oh, look at him using the contours.
The Longhorn is golfing his balls so far today. That's going to be a great look. And that will be a great roar from the crowd if Speith's able to knock that one in. You see McIlroy on that left-hand side, Rahm on the other side of the fairway. It appears that he's gotten the nod that he will be first to play.
Yeah, Rory ready to roll. Great look, as you mentioned, just 167 yards, staring right down at it. Wind quartering down off the left.
So a good look for Rory. Gonna have a little left to right putt for himself. Now, Matt, Rahm was farther on that right-hand side. You were talking that Speith had a little bit of work with. How about him?
Yeah, he's just going to have to keep this a little lower. 167 here for Rahm, and one of the more creative guys in the game. I don't think he'll have any issues with this shot.
Oh, big banana slice on that one.
Boy, just too much gas. Right idea.
That is going to be very interesting as it snuggles up to that first cut.
So Rahm having to really great up and down on 17. So the player stride up to that 18th green. Well, I've really been impressed with Speith in this front 9, or his first 9, I should say. Carl.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a real good opportunity to shoot 2 under bogey free on the more difficult 9 and turn around and go play the front 9 where the first 6 holes are pretty gettable.
Yeah. Remember Rahm last week played at Live Golf Virginia. Now there were rumors that he made that first career albatross. Nobody really got it on camera. We'll have to work on that one.
There was a video from somebody in the crowd.
Let's see that. Yeah, they're working through some things over there. But from Rahm, won in Mexico City, top 10 last week at that tournament.
You spoke about waiting on your first hole in one. I'm waiting on my first albatross. And I think I'm gonna have to move up a set of tees if I plan on making one.
I feel like Every's probably had one, Matt.
Sure he has.
Hole in ones?
Oh, I know you've had a hole in one.
Albatross.
Double eagles.
Double eagle?
You know, I've had a half a double eagle. I'll explain.
Whoa.
When the Walker Cup started having practice sessions where guys would meet up, you know, a few months before the event. One year we were doing one when I was in school, and I was playing an alternate shot match with Luke List, and he hit the drive, and I made a 2-iron from the fairway for a 2.
Wow.
But I'll take credit for that. I mean, that deserves a half.
I was trying to figure out where you were going to go with this, and
thought it was
that's
a mullet
about the best explanation I can have for having a half of an albatross.
I'm telling you.
Alternate shot, double eagle, that'll hunt in a bunch of different competitions.
Seems like it'd be harder.
Absolutely.
Made the 2-iron. He's dating himself there. There are no such thing as 2 irons anymore.
Shockingly, nobody ever asked me to play in an alternate shot event. Just to see Rahm going to be having to navigate that. Just kind of an interesting cut, Matt.
It is. We don't really have there is, I guess, technically a first cut, but it's a pretty thick one. This ball looks like it nestled up against that cut. He was taking a regular practice swing there, like he's going to chip this. When he pulled that club, I thought he was going to belly it. It's going to work pretty good to his left and be on the faster side, especially the second half of this shot. It's a very difficult up and in.
Great job from our camera crew giving us a look just now. Oh.
The phone's fine, but you moving is a problem. So just be still, please. Thank you.
As you hear, you can take the phone out and you can record it if you want, but the movement was something that got John to back up off it.
He's going to have this ball well behind his back foot. Chopping down straight on this. Get as good a contact as possible. That is so good.
World class.
I mean, wow.
One more look at this and
how steep he gets right there, but the ball still comes out low, gets a little bit of check on it, and then just starts rolling end over end like a putt.
World class indeed. But Rahm, there's probably 2 or 3 different ways to have played that shot, but he chose the right one. It's just got as much wiggle to it as it kind of looks over to the right-hand side, Matt? Or?
Definitely is coming off one of these spines here behind him. I would say it's the quicker of the 2 putts between him and Speith, but probably the straighter of the 2 putts. It's still going to have some movement from left to right, though.
Got to keep its head up. Keep your head up.
That's dead.
Keep your head up. Oh, just a little bit more pace.
That ball was going dead center with
Dead
pace.
center. Overall, to give that front 9, what would you grade that, Professor Paulson?
B?
Yep, that's exactly what I had.
These are tough graders.
Well, he's normally a straight A student.
That's true. Listen, I lied a little bit about Speith's putt. This is going to be flatter than Rory's and more level as well. As far as speed's concerned, it will work off to his right, but we're talking about a cup of break here.
Oh, he's out of that quickly.
Yeah, that was.
He hit it way harder than he wanted to.
He was quick up to it and quick out of it.
Well, when you've got the ball that far outside the hole, let's say it's a cup, and you know that you hit it too hard, it's never going to take that break. A, to answer your question.
I was going to say A- just because it felt like that was one that he could got another one that would have given him an A+, but for Speith, really rock solid. Only had, 2 little spots where he struggled a little bit, was able to navigate those.
An A's an A in my book.
No doubt.
A 90 and a 99 are the same, bud.
Spoken like a man married to a teacher. Now Rahm to clean up this up and down.
And world-class one, as Matt mentioned.
Indeed it was. So 8 straight pars for Rahm to finish his first 9, as guys will head on over from the 18th tee, not too far away, over to the first tee box as we continue our first round coverage of the 108th PGA Championship from Aronimink Golf Club. One of the things you got to do, you come to Philadelphia, you got to get a cheesesteak. Pat and Gino's, next door to each other.
Where's ours?
Alessandro's, what the locals love as well too. Whether you get the cheese whiz or other type of cheese on it. These guys are hungry for a good showing this week. 1 under for Jordan Speith. Finds himself 2 off the lead, which is 3 under. Rory McIlroy at even par. Jon Rahm, 8 straight pars to finish out his first 9 holes. You ever had one of the cheesesteaks here? Pat, Gino's, Alessandro's, yourself?
I can't say that I have. You cheese whiz guy or the regular cheese?
So I do one of each. Equal opportunity.
There we go.
57 degrees. This turned out to be a perfect day here in Newtown Square as we head to the first. 10th hole for the player Speith on the team.
Just another quality golf swing.
Dialed right now. I mean, just right down the gut. Just remember, the unique part of this tee box will be a shared playing area. You see the sign on the 10th. The players are coming up the other direction to the right.
Yeah, just left, just behind Rory's low back. You can see the tee for the 10th, which goes the other direction.
The way he distributes his weight, you know, the juxtaposition between the way he finishes balance after a good swing and Scotty Scheffler and the footwork of how he finishes, Carl, are night and day.
When's the last time you saw Rory McIlroy lose his balance with a driver?
Frankly, don't recall.
Oh, well, that's because it's never happened.
And I don't know the last time I saw Scotty Scheffler not shuffle his feet on a driver that went 320 right down the middle either. One of the more unique golf swings in the game.
Yeah, it's one that you try to figure out where the power comes from because it's such a short backswing.
Wow.
185 ball speed.
That's one of those ones where Rahm hits and you just kind of want to admire it for just a little bit longer. Just looks good, felt good.
In perfect position. They'll have little wedges into this par 4 first.
And a hole that Donald Ross called a firm handshake. We'll continue our coverage of the first round. The PGA Championship at Aronimink. Welcome back to first round coverage, and it's milkshake time. Or is that a protein shake? What do you think it is? An energy drink for Rory McIlroy?
Yeah, it's something that doesn't look like it tastes very good.
Too healthy for you?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, look at the color.
What the
Earth tones.
Listen, they want to get their Wheaties in for the first 3 holes. Scoring opportunities here, Carl.
Yeah, big time. Just 434 yards here at the first. All 3 of these players in great position. Tough green, though. Now the second hole is going to be another really good opportunity for these guys if they can clear those bunkers on the left, and same with the third. If you can get the ball in the fairway on 1, 2, and 3, you should have a pretty good look at birdie.
Yeah, that looks way entirely too healthy. That does not look like something that Matt Every would have on the golf course.
Need to see a picture of this.
Yeah, it's kind of a dark. It looks like it has vegetables in it.
It's like a AG1 drink.
Gotta make sure the top is on. You don't want that thing spilling in the bag.
A little different than my snack I had in the break.
What'd you have, Carl?
Half a Snickers bar.
Let's just see McIlroy. Just 3 just perfect drives here on the first. Matt, this hole has been gettable. 15 birdies so far today, and the weather just seems to be cooperating. It's just perfect out there now.
Listen, all week we've been talking about this front side playing a lot easier than the back. I talked to a few caddies, and they said they wouldn't be shocked to see somebody shoot in the 20s on this front side at some point this week. Pretty easy pin today.
Yes, exactly.
Here at the first. 125 here for Rory. The actual front's kind of around 100, but it's a 2-tiered green, and to get over that slope that runs through the middle of it, he's got about 7 paces short of the flag. So look for this to land around the hole and then do a little dancing.
Stay there.
Oh.
That may come all the way back down to the fringe.
Oh, just another poor wedge got. I mean,
yeah.
Pretty easy wedge shot, all things considered, out here at the first right now.
Yeah, that was not very. I mean, that was 8, 9 yards away from where he needed to land that.
Well, now's the time you got to start taking advantage of these drives. If you're Jordan, you've played a really solid opening 9 here. Threaded the needle at the first, staring right down at it. 104 yards, wind at his back. Shouldn't have to worry about spin as long as you fly it all the way there. Play slightly uphill. This should be close.
Yeah, he hit a beautiful little wedge shot at the 11th.
No stay.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Stayed underneath the hole. He can be aggressive with the putt, but made sure that he stayed up on that second tier that Matt was describing.
Just been
Super aggressive with the line.
Is the 90 shot?
Yeah, yeah. I think 90 to low 90. Yeah, perfect.
They might be working in meters, fellas. I got 103 to the hole. Very similar shot Speith just played from, or similar spot Speith just played from, just a few feet left of his divot, and should have got a good idea on the distance here. Just needs to hustle.
Yeah, that did not sound very solid.
Subtle. Oh no, it was going to zip back.
That was a miss hit. That had a kind of a clunky sound to it. This needs to get down.
Oh no.
This needs to get down. That ball's gone.
She gone. Well, I might want to take a look at Mr. Rahm's body language after that one.
Well, that ball taking that little bit of curve back to the right as it went down that slope makes this third shot so much more difficult now because it cuts his angle down.
Yeah. All right. Yep. He read the player memo.
Code of conduct.
Code of conduct before. It's a great look at just what we thought we would get from Rahm, just frustration. After, like Matt said, it was that 90 meters out of 100 some odd yards. That was an absolute green light for him.
Speaking of that code of conduct sheet, that was a thorough sheet, entertaining sheet. No physical abuse out here, guys. That will not be tolerated.
No.
Throwing clubs at people will not be tolerated either, evidently.
Volunteers.
I think we just figured out if you're going to do it, just throw it in the water and you'd be okay.
We had a spirited debate on if you are to throw a club, what is the best club to throw? A, the answer is none of them. But then B,
if you have to.
If you have to.
If you have to, it's a lob wedge.
It's probably a wedge.
Everybody knows
it's a
that.
heavy head.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at first hole. Is that's a little bit different there. McIlroy is actually closer. Rahm's going to be the farther one behind, but Speith has just played just a brilliant round so far today.
Rahm ready to go here. Peter or Carl, you touched on it. This is a bad angle now that it sucked off the green and kind of rolled down to the left. This kind of makes up his mind what kind of shot he has to play. He's got a very, I'd say, a hula hoop size landing area to land this in. He needs to jam it into the slope and hope he guesses right with the rest. That just flew a little too far, but a pretty nice shot.
Yeah, he just went ahead and took that slope out of play. Well, the problem is now he's got to putt pretty defensively with his par putt.
Opportunity in these first couple holes, you get a good drive and you'll have some shorter clubs left in. Birdie opportunities, absolutely do not want to give one back. We've not seen a lot of people do that here in the first. Some 15 birdies so far today, only 5 bogeys. Putting us one of the easier holes on the golf course today. And McIlroy, this is really the second wedge we've seen, Carl, that, you know, spin control or just distance control rather was just off.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest with you, he's had 4 wedge shots today, and 3 of them have been well below average.
Deep climb very steep climb here for Rory as far as movement's concerned. Not a lot here. This is going to be all about the speed. Not one you want to run by 4 or 5 feet either.
Settle, settle.
Really good.
Brilliant.
Well, I tell you what, his pace from distance today on the greens has been impeccable.
McIlroy once again, just see him shaking his head just a little bit. Wanted to hit it exactly where Speith had hit it, Matt. That would have left him a much better look at it.
Ideal right here for Jordan. I'm going to call it right center, but as far as the 10-footer goes, this is all you could ask for. Some scoring opportunities coming up too, boys. So you knock this one down, you never know. Maybe the floodgates open.
Dropped it in. Missed an opportunity on the 18th, his 9th hole for birdie, and takes full advantage of that. Great stroke from Jordan Speith.
Yeah, that putt had some serious intent to it. And this one's probably not going to have a whole lot of intent to it. You just got to pick a line, and hopefully that golf ball holds its line. This will be pretty quick.
Gonna be very quick. I hated these, Carl. It's like you just feel like you lose control the second you hit the ball, because you got to hit it so soft. Just a little bit of breeze off the left or right could blow it offline. There's not a lot of movement, and this is a tough putt here for Rahm.
Imagine won't be much of a backstroke on this one, girl.
Yeah, he's just going to tap it. The question is, how much is this ball going to move? It should be fairly straight coming down the hill. Left.
You hear him say, what?
He bogeyed the opening hole today and now has bogeyed the 10th, and he will drop to 2 over par.
Might need a Rahm cam just to go straight to that second tee, because oh yeah, hands on the hip. We're getting a little bit of the experience now. McIlroy taps in his par. But Rahm and Speith on two sides of the spectrum right now, as that Speith's been playing beautifully. Wedge game has been fantastic. Been able to control the spin, able to make that birdie, and Rahm on the other side of it. Get into what he does off the tee coming up on the par 4 second.
Well, look how wide this fairway is on the other side of these bunkers. 297 to get it over the bunkers on the corner. The last bunker in that cluster on the left-hand side, and it should just be a little flip for these guys if they can do that. Matt and I were out walking the course earlier this week and noticed, and if you're a 305 guy in the air, how much easier this tee shot is. Fairway's twice as wide, and it doesn't have any slope once you get past that cluster of bunkers on the left. If you're trying to thread the needle, it's a much, much more difficult shot. Playing a little bit under par, 3 more birdies than bogeys.
This hole back where the 2018 BMW was the third easiest hole of the course. That one at 1 o'clock. Get that. There you go. You got to get the arms up. Make sure we get a good video of that.
This has got to be a pretty big poke here if he's going to carry this bunker.
Real big. I think he's shifting his target out to the right a little bit. The thing with that, Carl, is the fairway slope's pretty good left to right, so any kind of left to right movement on this ball is more than likely going to find the rough. But if you find the short stuff here at 2, this thing immediately turns into a birdie hole.
I mean, just the target line has been so good for Speith. Has to sit.
Still, I mean, it's just.
That's what you're talking about, right? It's a dog leg right to left just slightly, but the green, the fairway slopes left to right, and this has a little moisture on it. If this thing starts getting cooked.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be part of the challenge this weekend, no doubt about it, is shaping balls into the fairway.
You can't. Actually, I can't explain to you how much easier this tee shot is for Rory than it was for Jordan.
Yeah, 295 carry. He's got that in the tank, no problem.
Hang in. Hang in. Go.
It's going to carry it. Oh, I don't believe it.
I don't think
did.
it did either.
There's no way that was hit solidly then.
Had a lot of curve on it. He's still missing that driver a little bit to the left. I heard Natalie earlier talking about getting a little bit quicker and a little more rotation with opening up that left hip. See if he can make an adjustment.
This might have a little swing speed to it.
That's perfect.
Crushed by John Rahm. Some nearly 285-yard carry in the garden spot. The ball will roll out, so an opportunity to maybe get one back from the unforced error on one. And wind starting to whip around a little bit more. Going to put back on the hoodie as Jordan Spieth finds himself in the top 5 2-under as we continue our first round coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club.
It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that, you know, we appreciate with Corbett. It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that, you know, we appreciate with Corbridge and the PGA of America even giving us these opportunities, because literally we're fulfilling a dream.
It's the top of the dream pool. It's actually really hard to explain, you know, words just don't do it justice. You almost got to feel it to believe it.
Hello, how are you?
What's up, man?
It has been a little different. Get my own parking spot, which is pretty cool.
I think the whole experience of just having my family here, and actually as I was practicing, I kept hearing da 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 da, and I turned around and they told me they got Scheffler's autograph, so it was pretty important for them to tell me that.
These are my daughters. They designed my golf balls. This one says Bryce is #1, and it goes a lot farther, I can tell you that, with their love on it for sure. Yeah, it's just a good reminder of what matters.
Good luck this week.
Thank you. That's what makes this week extra special is you can change your life in just a week.
No doubt they can change their lives. That is the Corebridge financial team. Tyler Collette. Even just the pressure I can imagine of, hey, you're playing in any kind of tournament, Carl, but knowing Scotty's there, you see Rahm, you see Speith, all these great players, McIlroy on the range. It's amazing.
It is an awesome opportunity for these guys. Got to ride home with Susie Whaley from the course yesterday, and I asked her who's going to have the best chance to be low Corebridge guy, and she nailed it. She said Tyler Collette is a really, really good player, hold his own, and always nice to watch that Friday afternoon, see if any of them have a chance to make the cut, and it's just a really cool storyline to this event.
Zero doubt about it as he finds himself 3 off the lead right now. That's a good look at where everyone's at. Now Jordan Spieth going to be first to play on the second, Matt Avery.
Tough break here for Jordan. If that ball hangs on, this is a green light special. It's not the worst lie out here by any means, but it's one he's got to give a little respect and maybe take that front bunker out of play. I got him right at 110 yards. The one thing I will say, guys, if it comes out hot, there's a downslope over the screen and it'll roll down towards the 8th tee, which will be a difficult up and in. I think if you're Speith, you got to be looking for the center of the green here. Smart play.
Right on that spine. We'll see if it kind of settles in. Again, just not able to put any kind of spin on it. I think he knows more. That was the bad luck of.
He's
got
not
off the tee.
I don't think he's disappointed in the shot that he hit there. No. He's just disappointed in the fact that he ended up where he ended up. I mean, that was a very patient Jordan Spieth shot right there.
Rahm.
Yep, sitting at 2 over par. Good opportunity to get one back here. 98 yards for Rahm to a very accessible hole location.
Oh, how about ya? We don't need no birdies.
It was all about the hoodie. He put the hoodie on after the tee shot on hole 2, and the vibes are immaculate. Jon Rahm, who now has gone 11 straight holes without a birdie, which is the longest streak he's ever had in a PGA Championship. That streak continues.
Still
goes out for a 2.
Still doesn't have a birdie. Now Rory.
And everyone's starting to settle down. 101 here for Rory. A really good lie, really good angle. This is definitely doable here, boys.
God, I always thought this was a tough shot with a wedge out of a fairway bunker, though.
Sounded crispy.
This has to bite.
Sit. Zip. All right. Well, you hear that round of applause, and that is for that man right there. Jon Rahm, a little nod to the crowd. Absolute perfection after the misplayed wedge on 1. Having some smiles on 2, and that's maybe a major changing golf swing.
Absolutely. He's 3 back of the lead now.
That's amazing. Come on. He gives the crowd something. Oh, somebody must have dropped it, but Philly fans with the little boo that does not come from Rahm. It might have been a drop from the fans. A fist bump for Rory McIlroy. What a great scene that was. That'll make the highlight film for the tournament. One golf swing can change the entire demeanor. Because you know you had to be running hot after that bogey on 1. Back to even par. This is what Speith and McIlroy will have on the back end of this green. Both of these guys, pace-wise, today, Matt Every, have really shown that they are dialed into the green speed today.
Well, it's a couple of the best putters in the world. They're not going to have to worry about speed here, though, Peter. This is relatively flat. If anything, it might be working back uphill. Jordan's putt, the first half of it, relatively straight. Back half, it's going to slide about a foot, foot and a half from left to right. I mean, just scenes out here, guys. Removing the trees. If it did one thing, it obviously it opened up this golf course, but it's just what a beautiful landscape. You can really see almost every hole out here from pretty much any point on it.
Ooh, that dries up woefully short.
Man, what happened there, Carl?
I don't know. Very weak attempt.
He's talking about it.
It's just how crazy our game is, too. You know, Jordan has looked rock solid today. Jon Rahm, before he hit that shot there, it really doesn't look like he's got his feet under him yet. And if Jordan misses 3 putts this hole, he's only beating John by 1 shot through 11 holes.
Crazy game.
We'll see if Rory's going to take into consideration Jordan's attempt, maybe give this one a little more gas. Just distraction behind him here at the 7th green, kind of backs up. We got the 7th green, the 3rd tee, the 8th tee, and the 2nd green all right next to each other. This one's going to have quite a bit of movement from left to right late here for McIlroy.
This one definitely has more pace.
Puts on the full flaps at the end. A little bit more of an aggressive run at it. Well, guys talked about earlier in the round, guys like birdies, but they hate bogeys. Speith will get locked in on this one.
That was a bit of a shocker, that first putt for Speith. Again, just outside the left edge, needs to be firm.
Yeah, that was
As well as he had been playing so far today, distance control with the irons, that was a...
Oh, sloppy. Very soft bogey. And now McIlroy back up the hill. This thing traveled a little farther away from the hole than I thought it was going to.
So a par for Rory, a bogey for Jordan Spieth, and Jon Rahm, according to our great research team, that's the first eagle on a par 4 in his major career. Not a shock. You don't see a whole heck of a lot of those, but played 1,500 of them, and
ironically, that's the second eagle on a par 4 today here in this championship.
That's correct. as we see. What stands out to you on this leaderboard right now, Carl?
Well, Pot Eater just reached the 9th green in 2 to finish up his round. 300 par 67. That is a great start. We're just getting started here. We're going to see some jockeying on at this list, but scores not quite as good as I thought they'd be.
It's interesting, as wide as these fairways are, Aldrich showing you don't have to hit a bunch of them to go low. 5 fairways hit.
I only hit 11 greens and shot 300 par, so the short game's coming around for Pot Eater.
So we head to the par 4 thirds, playing just a shade under 450 yards, but look at that bunkering.
Yeah, the thing is here, it's downwind. I wonder if Rory's even going to hit driver here. 348 to that cluster of bunkers on the left-hand side. Got this flagstick tucked way back in this right-hand corner. But there is a pretty significant slope left of this flagstick that you can kind of curl the ball in from left to right.
Listen, it goes through, deal with it, but I don't think it's gonna. You've still got 310. Really, if we're talking 8, it's 311 through 310. What are you comfortable with, though? That's the thing. What are you comfortable with? You gonna go harder?
I'm gonna be more comfortable with the driver.
Okay. And again, I mean, listen, the depiction's not great. The picture, it's fucking a lot of room out there. You know what I mean? If you start this thing, or we say we want to be coming down. Well, I had out there three, but I had ball right. Exactly. Yep.
It's great listening to the conversation between him and Adam Hayes, asking that question, Carl. What are you more comfortable with? And Rahm answering, I'm comfortable with the driver.
Yeah, he's got to take a little bit off the driver or thread the needle on that right-hand side. But if you hit 3-wood, Matt, you're leaving quite a lengthy second in.
And you're also bringing in a risk not even getting over those bunkers on the left with 3-wood. They're almost a perfect 3-wood number today. I love the driver play for Rahm here. It's a great opportunity to ride some of that momentum from that hole-out eagle.
Well, we're going to find out if this is too much. And it is.
It is.
They still have 3 bounces.
Well, it's going to be a disappointing missed fairway too, boys, because this is a funnel pin today at 3. It's a big old slope back behind the pin on the left, and if you find the fairway here with the wind at your back today, it's a flip wedge in for these guys.
It's going to be a little easier for Rahm out of that bunker if he's got a good lie, at least in terms of judging your distance. Rory with less than driver.
Tugged it a little left. All right, going to be the mercy of the bounce.
Over it. Just don't know if it's.
He's missing everything to the left.
This is almost where Jordan's distance is actually perfect for the driver.
Not short by any means, guys, but maybe compared to these two, packing just a little less of a punch. But I'm with you, Peter. This should fit him nicely. Slip it right in between that 295 and 350 mark.
So the quick club twirl, pick up the tee.
That's 180 ball speed. That.
It's 100%.
He could have hit that 20 more yards and been just fine. I mean, he hit that exactly where you needed to.
He has to be happy with that. And Jon Rahm extremely happy with what happened on the second. That's a deuce. Gets the crowd fired up. He's back to even par. Feature group coverage. PGA Championship. Quint box. Is that what this would be? That would be the featured groups and featured holes available on the ESPN app. You see Woodland Day and Burns. Bryson DeChambeau has hit it all over Aronimink today. Schauffele, Koepka, Hatton. Koepka sitting at 1 under has been good. We've had a blast today covering McIlroy, Speith, and Rahm. And see holes 15, 16, 17, that closing stretch that our group has already navigated so far today. Scoring about what we thought it might be, Carl, so far, with a little wet conditions early this morning, but it's drying up and becoming beautiful out here.
Yeah, I actually thought we were going to see somebody get to 5 under par in the early goings here today, but the golf course is holding its own. The rough is damp, and if you don't get the ball in the fairway, very difficult to judge.
See a look at Philadelphia proper above the tree line. This great piece of property in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Just course is in mint condition. Let's try to listen into Harry and Rory. Those two have been tied at the hip together for quite a bit. I heard there's a pretty decent living out there if you get a good bag, Carl. I saw Adam Hayes doing okay.
Yeah. It's if you get a stallion, ride them right on into the riches.
133 here for Rory, and I don't think he can take this pin on with the wind at his back. This green pitches away from the players past the hole. You can use the left side here to bring it in. Pretty steep slope.
Oh, what a well-played shot. Just like Matt talked about, not being able to really control that spin downhill. He had to just kind of pop it out there, Carl, and he landed right in that area.
Just skirted that bunker. He could have taken it a little bit more to the left and used the slope to get it to the same spot, but it's okay now.
Look at where Rahm and Speith are. Rahm hit it too far with the driver. Speith just absolute perfect condition.
Trying to pitch it one.
Guys, I got 111 here for Jordan. Wind quartering down off the left. I mean, it's just helping frame the shot for him. This could be really close. You got plenty of green over there to the left, a wall of wind. Work it in from the fat side.
The control of the spin, yes.
That'll be it for a bounce back birdie, trying to get back to 2 under.
Get him one off the lead, which is several players at 3 under now. No, Rahm.
Great lie. 103 yards. Decent angle as well. This obviously will be all about the contact, but it's doable here for Rahm.
Got out of there awfully quick.
Yeah, I don't think he made.
Yeah, it sounded a little, it sounded crisp coming out of the bunker, but
Caught a couple of grains of sand in between the club facing the ball, and it'll come up short every time.
a little different pep in his step after what we saw on hole 2 when he holed out for eagle. First page of the leaderboard has guys like Schauffele, Speith, Koepka, Jason Day. There we take a look at it. Puck Guider 67 into the clubhouse early.
Steven Yeager got off to the fast start today. He's holding on nicely.
One of the big names that we're covering today, obviously Bryson DeChambeau, 4 over. Keep you updated on how that round goes out. If we get this kind of weather the rest of the way, we could really see, especially the temperatures start to get a little bit warmer, Carl, come Saturday afternoon. If they bake this thing by Sunday, this course will play a lot different than we're seeing on this Thursday morning.
Yeah, we'll see it heat up too. The ball's going to go a lot longer in the air. It's going to change some of the lines that you take off the tee with some of the bunkers that you can clear or carry.
Hairy one here, guys, for Rahm. It's going to take all of his concentration. It's going to be slippery. Putting back down a pretty steep slope. Everything past the hole runs away from him. He's also got quite a bit of influence from right to left here. There's a pretty big shoulder coming off this front bunker he's got to deal with. So if he gets this down in 2, that's a job well done.
There might be a little bit of influence in the middle of this putt from the brow coming off the bunker. Maybe kick it to the left before it goes back.
That's just what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Solid lag for Rahm. As we see, the front 9 been playing about 3/4 of a stroke easier so far than that back 9 that the players have already played this morning.
Well, a really good look here for Rory. That was a 10 out of 10 shot from the rough. Not the worst lie of the week, but played it exactly how he needed to the fat side. Let the contours take it a little closer. Just a little bit of movement from right to left here.
Just kind of hit it through that break.
That was an interesting putt. By the way, that front 9 and back 9 are starting to separate a little more now.
Yeah.
We're over a shot difference. Front 9 averaging 35.5, and that back 9 averaging 36.7. Great opportunity here for Jordan to bounce back after the 3-putt bogey at the second.
That's right. That was about as sloppy as it gets for a bogey in Jordan Spieth's book. Pretty good tee shot, tough break off the tee, then a poor 3-putt. This is about as easy as it gets here, though, boys. Right back up the hill for Speith, maybe right center.
Boy, it's Speith. He knows it. Right when the ball leaves the club face, that's twice where he knew that ball was not going in, and takes the quick walk. I think peeled a lot more as he takes a look at it from the other side. It had him befuddled as well.
Taking a look at the weather for the rest of the day. Looks like we're going to have some gusty conditions this afternoon, up to 25 miles an hour. That certainly will change things.
No doubt for Rahm. He cleans up his par. But the double circle on 2 is the story of the day, and frankly, the shot of the tournament so far to get him back. In this first round. Think there might be a 500, might be a 65 out there sometime today, Carl, or you think maybe with this wind conditions 66 might end up being 4 under, might be the leader?
Yeah, I mean 5 might be asking a lot now.
All right, finds the edge. Good enough. So Speith with that par, remaining 2 back. Oh, starting to get to a jam-packed crew right at 3 under.
Shouldn't be much in this for Rory. He saw it go by the hole. If he was paying attention, he knows what it does coming back.
Got it. So McIlroy humming along. 10 straight pars. Remember, he strung together 17 straight pars in that first round over at Quail. Tries to get the ball to a fan. That'll make.
Now he's got to follow him.
Wait, did he say go Jordan? I think he was a McIlroy fan. Got the ball, then he said go Jordan.
I think Jordan was walking by after.
Like that too. Let's not get cocky, young man. We got 1 golf ball. What a moment that was. How cool is that? So we see that, and remember, after over 60 years, PGA Championship going to make a historic return to Dallas-Fort Worth in 2027, next May. Home of the PGA of America in Frisco, as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to Texas. Register for tickets. Visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Because he's in windy conditions out in Frisco. I've had an opportunity to check out that golf course, and it'll be a unique challenge for those players at Fields Ranch East coming up next year. It's a live shot, as you see part of the wind that kind of whips over there. It's a great practice facility. The whole little area is really unique, what they've been able to kind of build. It'll be a different setup, to say the least. Now, Rahm over on the 4th, playing, you know, just a casual 450 yards.
Casual. Blind landing area off the tee for the boys. 280 to carry the bunkers down the left, wind off the right. Pretty comfy driving hole today.
No doubter for Rahm. It's always good when the pick up the tee.
Peter.
Yeah, it's fine.
Peter.
It's fine. It's relax.
You get your mouth off that ball.
It's a good line. He'll be okay. Of course, that happened to him on hole number 1 as well, too.
You tell Rahm he'll be okay when he walks over this hill and sees it's in the rough.
No, sir. I'm half a mile away in the broadcast booth. Now McIlroy.
Oh.
That had some club head speed.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that he's got his shoulders very open at address with the driver, and I think he's just having to kind of cross things up as he comes down.
And
he's got to square those shoulders up just a little bit.
Squared it here.
100+ plus mile-an-hour club head speed there.
Now he's cleaning the grooves. Speith been driving the ball extremely well today. And of course, now that I said that, who knows what'll happen. All right.
Hey, recover, Rory.
I don't want to jinx it.
All right, we can safely say that's going to stay in the fairway.
There's Matt Every in the background there. The boys, Jon Rahm getting a little snack. See how McIlroy trying to work through that. Not the happiest campers with that tee shot. We'll see what his lie looks like as we continue our first round coverage. Feature groups 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink.
I think it's important for kids to get out and do everything because it creates athleticism, hand-eye. I think team chemistry, learning how to be on a team is very important. I played basketball and baseball with golf growing up, and I think it was incredibly helpful for the rest of my golf career. And I have kids now, and if they want to play sports, you know, it'll be my goal not to specialize in one.
Great message from Jordan Speith, an ambassador of ESPN's Take Back Sports initiative, working to make more youth sports systems more accessible and fun. Visit takebacksports.org for tips and resources on how to make sports a better experience for kids. And remember, as you see Jordan Speith trying to win this PGA Championship to complete his career Grand Slam. A lot of coaches telling me in a bunch of different sports right now that no matter it's baseball, basketball, whatever it is, they like to see young athletes playing a bunch of different sports like Jordan Speith had, be a little bit more well-rounded.
Absolutely. I am a big proponent of playing different sports and not getting specialized, especially too early.
As you take a look, Speith, right in the mayor's office. Jon Rahm, that ball may have trickled into that first cut. The primary cut, I'd say, and Rory McIlroy. It's not the happiest of campers. The ball flowed out to the right. The good news is with that back left pin placement, we'll have a little green to work with. The question is what the lie is going to look like. Matt Every down there.
Lie is healthy, boys. It's a good thing we got one of the strongest guys in the field to give it a go. And it's a good thing that Aronimink, you can play from the rough because they allow you the opportunity to chase it on the front of the greens. A lot of times there's these tongues or mouths right in the front that, you know, provide an opportunity for an errant shot off the tee to be run up. I think you're going to see that here from Rory. 172 all the way back to the pin.
Shoulders are so much more square with his irons than they are with his driver.
I feel like I heard him say last week his shoulders were getting a little open with the irons, and he worked on closing them. Maybe it's crept into the long stuff.
It sure does look like he was expecting that to kind of jump out of there with a little more pace than it did, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's all he really had there.
We'll have that opportunity for a little bump and run back up the hill for McIlroy. Speith trying to get dialed in. Boy, Matt, you were on top of this. You said yesterday when we were walking around you really liked Speith's game. This morning you said, hey, be watching for him, and he's delivered.
Well, let's be real. He's looked like the best player out of the three out here today, I'd say. Just nothing great's really happened. Yeah, it's been pretty solid, though. I got him at 136 yards here. This is an attractive hole location. Cut on the left, but wind off the right should help him frame the shot.
Appear to be staring.
Right. Wow. Flag. That's going to be a good look coming back up the hill.
Really just one bad swing. That's all he's had. Over on 11, just kind of misplayed that shot, but other than that, he's been rock steady.
Kind of a bummer here for Rahm. This ball fine in the first cut, but it's a thick first cut this week. I got him at 132. If he was in the fairway, he could fly this all the way there, no problem. But coming out of this first cut, losing the spin and adding a little bit of guesswork to the shot, he's going to have to land this into the bank, maybe 7 or 8 paces short of the hole, and there's a little bit of guesswork involved here now, boys.
Said it came out so fast. I think he'll take that.
That's all right.
So he'll have a look at it. You said obviously one of the best player in the group this week been Jordan Speith so far, and Natalie Sheehan's over at our Frisco facility on what changes Jordan has made that's led to a round like this.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So he has been working really hard on his swing over the last couple of years, and he made a kind of funny analogy earlier this week in a press conference comparing his golf swing to smoking meats. And I think the moral of the story is that swing changes are very challenging. They take time, even for the best players in the world. When I am teaching a lesson to a normal club player, I try and give them a little tool that they can take to the golf course, because obviously most of us are not spending 8 to 10 hours a day on the practice tee honing our swing. So the easiest thing to do is to kind of come up with your own mantra that you can say to yourself when you get out on the golf course. That's something that's very simple, 2 to 3 words at most. So for example, I'm just making this up here. Maybe I give someone a lesson and we're working on hinging those wrists a little bit more quickly in that backswing. And then maybe we're working on getting the club to come a little bit more from the inside. So maybe when they go on the golf course, their simple mantra is hinge and drop. Very easy to take to the golf course very quickly. It takes all that noise out of your head. We all have too many things swirling around up there when we get out on the golf course. So find your mantra, and that is what will help you take your new skills to the golf course more quickly.
Well said, Natalie. Mine has been retire, play pickleball. Retire, play pickleball.
Take 2 weeks off, then quit.
Yes.
Rory ready to go here. Pretty straightforward. He's got a tier he's got to climb about 5 or 6 paces short of the pin, but not a lot of movement as far as left or right's concerned. A little scoopy there.
Yeah, real scoopy. He knew right off the bat. That ball needs to stay. Oh no, it's going to come back at him.
I will say this about the surfaces here, guys. The chipping surfaces. If you're not super dialed, it is full on heebie-jeebies sometimes. When that bent grass is laid down and growing against you, any kind of mishit's just going to get magnified big time.
When I came in earlier the week, I watched Scotty Scheffler around the practice green just chipping, and you could tell, boy, any slight mishit, he would, from a bunch of different lies, you'd see a huge range. To Matt's point, if you don't catch it just right, it can get squirrely, and that's exactly what's going to happen with McIlroy. Out of position off the tee and been chasing it ever since. Now, Jon Rahm.
Pretty smart play from the rough back there, perfectly pin high. Going to be a slow putt back up the hill. Also going to work to his left. The majority of it's early in the putt.
Yeah, John has had 2 bogeys and the eagle at the par 4 second. Looking for his first birdie of the day.
Almost added a birdie to that eagle that he had earlier in this second 9 holes he's played. It was a good run. Again, just a little bad luck that he had. Hit the really kind of almost the center of the fairway, and the ball found the rough, but not much work for par. Now Speith is once again, Matt, seemed to have given himself a pretty good look at it.
Well, Speith definitely has, but he's going to have to wait for Rory to go first because he made a mess with that chip shot. And this isn't a guaranteed 2-putt either, guys. He's climbing that spine. He's got to ride it a little bit. He's going to have some swing from left to right. You know, I took a peek at the leaderboard over there. I was just kind of watching the pages shuffle through. How about Garrick Higo today? He's 1 under par at the moment and was late to the tee. Got a 2-shot penalty. Are you kidding me? In a major championship? How does that even happen?
I mean, you can't even say I went to the wrong tee. They're on the same tee
They're
box.
right on the same tee, right next to the putting green.
McIlroy.
Easy. Oh. Easy.
Had to hit it enough pace to get it up that hill, and then all of a sudden rolls out just a touch more than he'd like. Yeah, I'd need an explanation from Mr. Higo here about what exactly happened. How do you get a... frankly, I don't know how that happens on any day of a major.
Yeah, maybe he thought looked at his tee time wrong, had the time wrong in his head. Tee times are staggered this week because the 10th tee and the first tee are using the same tee box.
What an opportunity here for Jordan, putting right up the fall line. I got behind this one and had a hard time telling which direction it was going to break. It's going to be very straight. Doesn't have to worry about speed. You're going to have to make maybe a couple handful of these this week if you want to contend, though, boys.
Staring it down.
Every single putt that he's missed has been to the right. A couple of really good opportunities, 3 and 4. Slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, you don't want to turn a mistake into 2. Should be just inside the cup for Rory. Can't imagine this thing breaks too harsh. Avoids disaster here in the 4th.
Yeah, that was really sloppy bogey.
It really had played well in that 10-par streak. It had hit 10 of the last 11 greens in regulation. Rahm taps that one in. So now one of the more interesting golf holes on the property, the par 3 fifth, and this is going to be a fun one all week long, Carl.
Yeah, 178 yards. This green is like a potato chip sitting on a table. A bunch of different ridges and movement on this green. This flagstick tucked on that left-hand side today. These players will just be hitting a short iron. They'll have opportunities. They got a little bit of help on the left-hand side that'll move the ball towards the flagstick. Here, we may play an up tee later this week here at the 5th and have a real shorty.
Keegan Bradley talked about that a little bit earlier in the week. Says, man, there's not really a ton of pin placements that you could put it on this kind of potato chip green. Although 15 birdies, I couldn't imagine that many with that back left pin placement. They've been getting after it.
Yeah, it's just a 9-iron for these guys. 8 or 9.
Getting up in the wind a lot. I just think it's
Patrick Cantlay hit it to just outside of a foot earlier today en route to a birdie.
55, trying to win. I think 65 might be just a hair much.
See over the right-hand side, Matt, we're able to see there is a little bit of a breeze freshening for the players.
I think these guys are getting after this hole today because of the hole location cut on the left and the wind direction off the right. It's helping feed the ball in there for these guys. And even if you're a guy that likes to work at left to right, you can hold a cut back up into that wind as well. Tough pin though on the left-hand side, kind of up there on a bit of a shelf. Anything to the right will be working its way away from the hole.
See, there is that ridge that moves throughout, almost like a ocean wave of this green.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So Michael Greller gets Jordan dialed in.
Yeah, this is a good hole location for Jordan, though, especially with the wind conditions.
Ball's moved right to left.
This could be good.
Be real good. A dart for Jordan Spieth. Carl, you called it right from the way his feet were set up, that right to left spot. And that's the reason why we've seen 15 birdies and great move at the ball.
Right underneath the hole, too. It's got the easiest putt you can have from that distance as we take a look from the blimp cam.
Now Rory.
I was going to say, we're going to have to start calling Paul Skeens, just throwing a no-hitter out here right now.
Painting corners. Rory on a similar line, needs to get it a little bit farther left.
Maybe about halfway between Rahm's ball and the hole, but that comes up a half a club short.
I did see the awful regression in Paul Skeens' ERA as of late. It went from 1.83 his first year, 1.84 his second year. I think it's now 1.86. One of the best to ever do it. These are three of the best to ever do it. Part of our feature group coverage of the PGA Championship. last time a major was played here at Aronimink, 1962. That Wanamaker trophy that year went to Gary Player. Held off a final round charge by Bob Golby to win by a stroke. It was Player's third career major and the first of 2 PGA Championships. And part of the history of that is Gary Player really, this place changed his outlook on his future. He had just missed the cut at Royal Troon in the Open Championship in 1962, came over here and was even contemplating retirement. Thought, you know what, maybe this golf thing's not going to work out. Worked out that week. Led to one of the best careers the game has ever seen. Now McIlroy. Matt, he's got quite a little real estate to navigate.
He does. It's been a common theme today for Rory. Not a lot in this, though, guys. It's going to be really slow. I got it left edge, maybe a ball out.
Oh, here we go. The bounce back birdie 2 here at the par 3 fifth for Rory McIlroy. Back to even par. Look at that. 2 bounce back opportunities today. 2 for 2.
It's normally the difference for most amateur golfers. They make a birdie and they have the post birdie mess up.
Yeah.
Now,
a birdie and then 3 or 4 bogeys.
Now Rahm still looking for his first birdie of the day at the Eagle.
Going to be tough to get it here, guys. Yeah. This is a big swinger from right to left. A lot of it's early, kind of influenced by this spine. It's still going to take it late, but not as much.
Rahm. You see no single circles on the scorecard today for Rahm. Had that great hole out on hole 2.
Now Jordan coming straight back up the hill. Shouldn't be much in this.
Yes, sir. So Speith, this third birdie of the day to get now 2 back of the lead. Rather 1 back, I should say. No, 2.
Yeah, that was
making sure.
Quick scoring error that was corrected.
So we talked about why he's 2 back of the lead is because just earlier, Minwoo Lee, these guys are liking this pin placement on the par 3 fifth.
Well, Matt nailed it with the wind blowing from right to left. You can send it out to the right-hand side. That was almost an ace.
There's 2 feet 4 inches. Made that one. Then over on the 7th, just moments ago, drops it. It's a great aerial view. One of the more unique golf courses amongst great golf courses in this part of the country. Aronimink. 4 under for Minwoo Lee as we start looking at the par 4-6, just a shade under 400 yards, Carl.
Yeah, this is one where you just kind of need to decide what line you're going to take. That'll have a definite bearing on what club you hit off the tee. Wind should be coming out of the left, so you can start it at the bunkers on the left-hand side and move it back to the fairway on the right.
.285 over those bunkers on the right today, and a pretty comfortable win for these players down off the left. This is a beauty here from Speith.
Perfect. Great shape to it. If we get the right wind condition, somebody might drive this green this week. And it's 400 yards uphill.
This might be your guy, Carl. That wind switches, say about 40 degrees and turns more at the player's back. I could definitely see someone getting up there close.
An aggressive line. He's asking for it to get lucky.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so courtside seats for those fans now.
Yeah, that's the bad place to miss, though. Those bunkers that he's going to have to clear and some trees he's going to have to deal with and the rough.
Well, was left right from the jump.
That needs to get down.
Watch your head.
Ooh, man. The golf ball is just diving down into this rough.
We'll see how far it's submarined down there. Matt Every will give us a look at that one as we see all the types of emotions here at the first round for the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Turning into a Chamber of Commerce day outside of Philadelphia here at Aronimink. Jordan Speith 2 under, that top 5 right now. Great drive for him. Rahm cooked it a little bit further left. McIlroy took down some lumber. We'll see what type of lie he has.
Yeah, they might not have to go over all of those bunkers. You might be able to go left of them and kind of run it up onto the front of the green. We'll get word from Matt here in just a minute, but Speith in the Just perfect spot for an up and down birdie.
Imagine the odds for Speith. I don't know. I was going to say, what would the odds have been for him to be the low man of this group? Probably would have been the underdog, although he had been playing pretty well as of late.
Yeah.
Rahm had been playing good. He won in Mexico City, played well at the live event.
I don't think it would have been a huge underdog.
No. You see that wind just kind of freshening up for the players.
Aggressive with the line, right? I mean, yeah, it just needs to come out. Comes out a little left, it's fine. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. I don't think so, man. That's so thick in front of the ball. Too thick in front of the ball. Like, I just feel like the 60 is just gonna, yeah, the 60 is off the edge. That's the right one.
Looks like it's going to be Jon Rahm first to play here, guys. 94 yards, not a great lie, terrible angle. Have a huge spine cutting through the front left part of this screen. This needs to bite.
Oh boy, that's going to be a fun putt.
It's just nearly impossible to get any type of spin when that ball was buried that way, and you'll have to contend with that cut. That could be a little bit awkward. Now, Rory.
I think it's going to be Rory next. He's got a really good lie. He does have to.
88 hole. Mainly off the left. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's supposed to be a little bit of help.
It actually looks like it's going to be Jordan to go first, guys. All right, you heard it. 88 hole.
If it's behind it, it's going way right. Where's that landed? Right at pin high. Yeah, what's that for? I think it's playing.
88 hole, and where the pins cut today in the wind direction, I think you fly this past it and to the left and suck it back in there. This is a really good opportunity to put another birdie on the card.
His wedge game is so good, being able to control the spin.
Losses to the right, though. Easy now. Okay.
There it is. Being able to control the spin.
That's putting back uphill, too. That's a really good spot.
Guys, Rory's going to go quickly here. Look, all things considered, a pretty good break. He is going to have to keep it low, but he's got about 15 yards of fairway between the bunker and the front of the green. He can land it in. The green's also pitched back towards him, and he's into the wind. So this is, it's tough, but it's doable.
Settle. Oh, flaps.
That's a mistake.
Just very similar situation to Jon Rahm, Carl, right? Just off position, out of position on the tee, not being able to put any kind of spin.
Well, the golf course is hard enough that when you do get out of position, you struggle. And that's what major championship golf is all about. This golf course is accepting good shots, and it's rejecting ones that are coming from out of position.
I think that rhetoric of bomb and gouge early this week is going to need to be rethought by week's end. You're going to have to be playing out of the fairway here this week. The greens are only going to get firmer as well. And I mean, yeah, you might be able to advance the ball out of the rough, but you can kiss goodbye any chance of getting it close once these things start baking out a little.
I agree with that. I mean, especially when we saw that they had topped the rough, and I thought maybe that they cut it maybe a little bit too low, but no, they knew exactly what they're doing. The thickness of this rough has really been giving these players some issues. It's gonna be a tough two-putt for Jon Rahm. Plenty of break from right to left with some speed, and Rory McIlroy is going to be coming up and kind of over that ridge.
Well, both of these guys are very tough. Up and ins. Two totally different shots.
Which one would you rather have?
Rahm's because he's got putter in hand.
I agree.
Just a lot more room for error with John's. It's swinging more for sure. I mean, he's way out to the right of the hole, and you know, the more he borrows, the quicker it's going to be in the back half. He's kind of coming uphill, but it's got so much swing on it from right to left, and he's going to have to watch the pace a little bit. I think his ball's far enough from the fringe where it's not really going to affect the strike. He's had this shot a couple times today. He elected to chip it on 9, and that was all world.
I think it's got a little bit more room between the ball and the first cut here. And as Matt said, he's going to have to get a little bit steeper with it. Sometimes you can cause the ball to bounce when you do that and come up short.
No, Rahm from about Pittsburgh.
That's pretty good.
Settle.
Yeah, it's still pretty
Settle. Good. Not bad there.
Still pretty good.
Did you go Larry David there? Pretty good. Pretty good. Just that kind of fluffy line, Matt. You just kind of pop it up once and let it roll out.
Yeah, it's not that easy, though. I mean, yes, you described it fine, but this is going to be extremely fast, the back half. Anything inside of 6 feet is a heck of a shot here for McIlroy.
Contact was good. Settle.
It's been a pleasure to watch Speith play today. Just distance control has been solid. He's put the ball in a really good spot. Matt had a lot of looks at it.
I like him here this week. I said it before we came on air. I think it offers him an opportunity to use the side of the brain that makes him good, not the technical side. There's so much going on around the greens here. It just it lends itself to the creative side. A really good opportunity here.
For a share of the lead.
Yes. Speith has found his groove. Birdies on the 1st, 5th, and 6th. So now 3 under and tied for the lead. Just a strong showing. Been driving the ball extremely well. Now Rory going to be slightly back up the hill, Matt.
Slightly. Different angle than Jordan's. This one, if anything, it might actually slide off to its right. Very makeable, though. And one you don't really want to give up. I mean, a lot of the guys in this field are walking off the screen with a 3 today. You definitely don't want to be the guy that's walking off with a 5.
Oh, man. That thing's not dead yet either.
Got a little wiggle left to it. Some 70 players through today, and only 7 of them have made bogey, to illustrate Matt's point. It's going to feel like a bogey and a half for Rory.
Even if Rahm makes this, I mean, look at all the work he had to put into making the par. And You drive the ball in the fairway and you're left with a little flip wedge like Jordan Spieth was. Heck of a lot easier. Good putt, though.
Four straight pars for Rahm after that eagle. So you see John Rahm with those four straight pars after that eagle, heading over to the 7th. Joe Hallett and Ellie Sheehan, our PGA professionals, giving us a little breakdown of how Rahm's put it together lately.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm here with my friend Joe Hallett, my fellow teaching professional here. And John Rahm has a pretty unique golf swing, wouldn't you say, Joe?
I would. We had a brief little discussion, and it's a full swing to me. I don't know, maybe it's my flexibility or day and age, but he does have a unique swing, and I think there's some things that we can maybe learn from it.
Absolutely.
You and I were chatting about a good drill that you start players out with, and it's maybe a good way to explain it to everybody.
Yeah, so we're going to have Joe set up right here, and it's a really nice way. It's something that John worked on when he was growing up, so he purposefully has a shorter backswing, as we all know. And so his coach would have him set up to the golf ball, and he would take the club back to only about as high as his belt here and stop. And from there, he'd make him hit balls, trying to generate as much power and speed as he could through the golf ball from there. So let's test one out here.
Starting here.
Yeah, great. And then from there, just adding a little bit of arm lift, maybe a little bit more wrist hinge to get to that fuller backswing. Great. How good is that? And that's a really nice way if you're trying to shorten up that backswing at home to work on that.
What we just did, I was worried Natalie was going to ask me to go, let's see if we can go a little further. I'm going to go, oh no, we're not at this point. That's going to happen to you when you do that drill. You're going to add a little bit to it and a little bit more. It's going to be good, and you're going to be like, gosh, I wish I could do that. That next one, that's when it all falls apart. So now you know your spot in your backswing. And if you're in a pinch and things aren't going your way, find that little plan B back there. You can be in good shape.
Yeah, this is a great drill to really work on shortening up that backswing and helping you at home.
Well said by our crew out there at Frisco. We're back to the 7th. Spieth.
This one's leaking right. It's going to need a bounce.
Go. And he got it. When it's your day, it's your day.
Through the rough, right down into the center of the fairway. He's got a clear look at the flagstick, and it'll be a short shot for Jordan Spieth.
It's a cool hole here, the 7th, guys. It's a blind landing area for the players. They're not going to see it bounce, but it's kind of like you're hitting off the edge of a cliff. The wind today back into their face, which actually I think helps them a little bit here. If this was downwind, it'd be really tough to hold the fairway. It slopes pretty dramatically from right to left.
Got more.
This may need
Got
to get
more.
down.
Get lucky. Get lucky.
Well, he's asked for it to get lucky a couple of times. He's about 0 for 3 on that one.
I did check that rough earlier this week, and it is not that bad on the left-hand side.
You'll probably see a fair amount of those golf balls right there not being able to cut it, just like he was asking for. Now, McIlroy has only hit 5 of 12 fairways so far today.
Shoulders look more square here.
Oh, a screamer here, guys.
That was an odd ball flight as you see the ball, and boy, he got that probably is a pretty good lucky bounce.
It's a lucky lie for sure. He's in the heavy rough, and we can see most of the ball. This is a very odd driving day for Rory McIlroy.
Only 5 fairways out of 13 tries right now. Speith, the top of the leaderboard. First round coverage from Rahm. We got the rivals, former Alabama Crimson Tide's star and PGA champion owner, JT. That'd be Justin Thomas in the house. We were walking by and we saw Keegan Bradley with the chip in, and during his practice round, 8 career wins.
Yeah, you get Keegan anywhere near New England, and it is go time.
Cam Young, partner, looked like he was about to be in kind of a Coachella music festival right there with the hat backwards. Was that the Augusta National Golf Club hoodie?
Yeah,
that's a flex.
Yeah, that's a massive flex.
Cam Young, Keegan, JT, part of that feature group coverage, 154 today.
That's going to be a fun group to follow today.
We've had a fun group to follow. Very memeable so far today. We've seen a little bit of everything from Rahm, McIlroy, and oddly enough, would you say the most consistent round today has been Jordan Speith? Like the least biggest roller coaster?
It's not even close.
I didn't sign up for this.
It's not even close. Well, he's made 2 really nice par putts. One was about 20 feet, and one was about 10 feet. But other than that, he has been in position, and he's actually missed a few really good birdie opportunities at 3 and 4 today. So, yeah, he has played awfully solid.
Yeah, I was just told that anytime you get Jordan Speith, buckle up. And so got a little bit of that. But that's what you got to buckle up for. Matt, I would imagine at this point, that probably was a break. It was a weird drive from Rory McIlroy here on the 7th.
I don't know if he caught a break. But I'm with you. That was a very weird drive. Definitely a miss hit. If I was guessing, it was more than likely out of the heel because it didn't have any juice on it. The break might be caught a decent lie here.
Yep.
It's not terrible, but it's well above his feet. It's one you got to guard against. Just because it's sitting all right doesn't mean this grass isn't very long. And if he catches it a little heavy, it'll shut that face down, and this thing will go over there to the left. Really, anything on the surface would be a heck of a shot here for Rory.
Yeah, you got to keep a death grip on this club to keep the heel from getting wrapped up in this grass and the toe turning over. I think we'll see some type of abbreviated finish with the club face wide open.
This could go anywhere.
It sounded like solid contact.
You didn't hear much of a roar from any type of the crowd as you see it. It's got to be over that left-hand side.
Yeah.
It's like you said, that toe turns over just a hair.
I mean, when the grass gets damp like that, and they've got some, that's actually way higher than the primary. That's a kind of an area that you really need to stay away from. But anytime you get that dampness in that grass gets really heavy, and it is almost impossible to get the club through it without the hosel getting wrapped up.
Saw how choked up he was on that club. Abbreviated follow through, and still wasn't enough. Now Rahm on the opposite side.
Yeah, if you're gonna miss, Matt, you got to miss over here on this side.
Yeah, Rory's got a weird bounce, guys. It hit that big oak. It's kind of guarding the front right part of this green and shot all the way over towards the left rough. So difficult up and in for him. Yeah, this is a good angle if you're going to miss. 154 yards for Rahm, staring right down the throat. Not the worst lie of the week by any means. This is doable.
Ask for it to sit. Stay.
A little bit of a flyer.
Oh, and there we go.
Yeah, that's a bad miss. Ooh, that was.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Oh, no. It wasn't a volunteer. We did catch some grass. Oh no, he did.
Yeah, he has got to feel like
he knew it as soon as he hit it, and this poor guy. Man, I just got a day off work, and what happened, honey? I just got caught a flyer, caught a divot from Rahm.
Did we get that on tape?
I think we got it on tape.
Rahm feels terrible.
Oh, he did as soon as he had it.
Everybody's fine.
All right, we're moving on. 119 here for Speith.
Let's go. This is going to be a close one.
Oh, he got the twirl already. Oh,
that's got to hustle.
Oh, no.
That's a really bad shot, guys.
Golly.
Okay, well, you know what? Now Speith's probably just going to make that one with the way his game is. Speith going to take one more look at that. I almost want to take a look more at the divot that Rahm took. Get the shot tracer on that one. So Rahm, not the happiest of campers. Frustration. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh, did that hit a rules of... I'm sorry. Oh, no. Mistakes were made. Rory McIlroy now from 72 yards.
Not a great lie, but plenty of green to work with. It's going to make its way to the left as it crawls back to the flag. Come on.
Keep climbing.
So, see where Rahm, where that frustration stemmed from. Who do you think is more frustrated about the position that they're in right now? Rahm after what happened, Carl, or Jordan Spieth, who was in the absolute mirrors?
Well, I mean, look, Jordan hit a much worse shot than John hit, but John is in a much worse place now. You know, I expected Speith to hit a pretty good shot right there. If he gets it up and over that ridge, he's going to have inside of 15 feet for birdie, but Jordan just hit a bad shot, and that's okay. This is a tough little pitch here.
Very awkward shot here for Rahm.
Settle. Settle. Sit, boo-boo, sit. Good dog. I mean, do you give the volunteer a glove after that? You know, like sometimes when you hit somebody, I don't know how that works. If when you hit them with the divot,
you just go up to him and you beg him not to tell on you. please don't tell on me, please.
I do that to my kids all the time as well too. Just do not tell. No. What do you want? Legos?
Right.
Hey, you and me, kid. You got this. Volunteer should have just taken a knee just on the ground.
Just rolling around.
Soccer injury. Just
a soccer injury. Holding his elbow.
My neck, my back. My neck and my back. I'll settle right now, though. All right, for Speith, what do we got? Because this looks like the roller coaster.
Yeah, this is This is all you want and more. He's going to have to send this all the way up almost to the fringe, guys. And the thing is the more you borrow here, the quicker the back half is going to be, because there's a pretty significant influence from right to left in this green here. Anything inside of 6 to 8 feet would be a heck of a putt.
Oh, I like the speed.
He's already walking.
I like the speed. That is excellent.
Excellent.
By the way, I didn't think we'd have a Friday reference in our Thursday morning coverage
You
today,
got that,
but
didn't you?
Yeah, of course I did.
You ever notice in Friday, Miss Parker, when she's watering the yard, there's not any
It's
grass.
dirt.
Yeah, there's nothing to water in
That's
there.
That's part of the brilliance of the movie.
It's true.
Rory left himself in a good spot in terms of which direction he's putting in. Obviously, would want it a lot closer than this for par, but this has been a really sloppy hole so far for Rory McIlroy, but he can fix it all, Matt, with a good putt here.
That's right. No pictures. You're right, though. I'd love to see that tee shot again, where that ball came out of the face, because it was a very strange flight. Maybe 2 or 3 cups of right to left movement here for Rory.
Just hit it through the break. I think that read was correct. It's a little aggressive. Yeah, that almost looked like an Open Championship type tee shot he was trying to hit. Now, Rahm, this will be right lip. Just die it in. Wouldn't play it. Can't imagine he'd play it outside the cup here, Carl.
Yeah, I'd take some speed out of this one. Or excuse me, I'd take some break out of this one with some speed.
Oh, no.
My goodness. Well, I tell you what, 6 and 7 for Rory and Rahm have just been very uncharacteristic.
Take a look at not only the putt, but just a little bit of the reaction.
Oh, he just dead pulled it.
Well, if it was 65 degrees out here at Aronimink, it's probably about 66 or 67 degrees now when Rahm strides to the next tee.
I'll call this a 46 putt. I hit this with pace, knock it right in the back. You make it, you make a 4, you miss it, you're making 6. Maybe not in the co-lead of a major championship.
Oh, jeez.
Such a D-cell coming through. So easy to miss that to the right. By the way, every putt he's missed today has been to the right.
It's been to the right. Take a look. Just not an aggressive.
Yeah, that heel just beat the toe to the ball.
Again, he sits there one off the lead, and he was in the garden spot on hole number 2. Makes bogey. Great spot here on the 7th, and makes bogey.
And he missed putts inside of 12 feet for birdie at 3 and 4.
This could have been the 64, 65 we were looking at.
But what he needs to realize, okay, he's still got a tough hole coming up in the 8th, but if he can par 8, give himself a good look for birdie at 9 is, would you take 2 or 3 under at the start of the round? Probably.
Rory and Rahm would have. See ya.
That was an ugly hole.
Well, how much did we talk about just maybe the advantage of, hey, getting by the front 9 or their first 9 holes, being able to flip it and be able to score on this side of the golf course? We have not seen this.
I mean, you expect Rory to make a bogey from where he was, but
right.
you would expect at least a good look for birdie from Jordan Spieth, and you don't expect Rahm to hit it over the green from that left rough either.
So as they'll head on over to the 8th, just playing just a casual 245.
Yeah, this hole's played brutally hard today too. Anywhere on the front of this green, really, to be honest with you, because the way the angle of this green sits, if you hit it far enough to get to the pin and you're not on line with the flagstick, you're going to go over the green, over the back left of this green, and that is a very difficult up and down.
So there's a little bit of a backup as we get on to the 8th hole. So we're going to take a quick break along with them. Jon Rahm, an opportunity for him to gather his thoughts along with McIlroy and Jordan Spieth. First round coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink.
Kind of like my today.
Welcome back to first round coverage. How beautiful does that look right there? It's a privilege to call it. Along with Carl Paulson, Matt Everett on the course, I'm Peter Burns. This is what we signed up for to a certain extent. We saw a hole out from Jon Rahm. We saw a little anger from Rahm on the last hole. We've seen Rory McIlroy hit some incredible shots, but also put himself in difficult positions. And Jordan Spieth found himself at 2 under, just one off the lead at this point.
I like to call it passion.
Passion?
Not anger. Because I get passionate from time to time.
It's a fine line.
I'm a passionate guy too. Guys. I mean, listen. If anyone's going to cut the guy a break, it's going to be me. I mean, if the wind was blowing a different direction, that divot might not have hit him.
That's true. Yeah, honestly,
that's a good point.
He actually kind of caught a flyer. You know, I mean, that's what the issue was. As these guys will wait a little bit longer and nobody really jumping ahead of the field. And I don't expect that. And Matt, I'll throw it to you as we see just the leaderboard right now. 4 players at 3 under, a boatload at 2 under. But would you think that the conditions have gotten a little bit more difficult this afternoon as the wind's starting to fresh up?
I'd say so. That, you know, maybe a little give and take, Peter. This morning it was a little chillier, but the wind might not have been up quite as much, but it was up there. It's definitely blowing harder now than it has all day. I'm just impressed with, you know, I know we beat these major championships to death with pre-round or pre-tournament coverage Monday to Wednesday. And the talk was these guys are going to blitz this place, but I'll tell you what, it's holding up so far just fine, and I don't see it getting any easier as the week goes on. Yes, it's going to get warmer, but this place is going to bake out, and you are really going to have to control your golf ball live on the back of it, playing out of the rough, it's not going to work here as the week goes on.
I agree with what Matt said a little bit earlier, and just about 30 minutes ago. If you had the bomb and gouge game plan coming into this week, it might be time to rethink that, because this rough is playing a lot more difficult than these players expected it to.
As we see the Gala with a solid 2 under 68 today. So in front of them is Brooks Koepka.
I don't really mind this playing for the front of this green. Xander hit one through the green, and I think it's a pretty difficult up and down if you hit it left of this green.
Koepka playing strong, tied for 11th right now at 1 under.
Well, Koepka just has fallen into the same old trap. He's hitting it as good as anybody out there on the golf course and just cannot get the ball in the hole.
See, Xander, known for that quick start 2 years ago at Valhalla. 2 under on his round. And Mr. Hatton is a zip code away on the left-hand side. Hatton's in the bullpen of the ballpark.
This is a really complicated shot. Gonna have to bounce this short of the green, but it's a very steep upslope that falls off the back left of this green. It is really good.
Awfully good.
Needs to sit though.
Okay, it will.
Yep, that's a good shot.
Take that. We've seen 2 over for him today. Taking a look at currently tied for 106 right now is a man named Bryson DeChambeau. Bryson.
Yeah, Bryson seems like he was in a kind of a weird headspace this week. Getting those hips stretched out.
I don't know if there's a lot of tee shots I'd want to have a 10-minute wait on less than a 245-yard par 3. You're going to see a lot of that this week throughout the rest of the coverage, especially when we get later into the rounds where just 1 or 2 little hiccups will cause a good 20-minute delay.
Man, I just half the field's bogey in this hole, so it's just taking a lot of time.
It's going to be a good roll. Settle.
Oh, yes. Great putt.
Xander growing out the hair a little bit. As you see, our group patiently waiting. Tell you what, out of all the golf shirts I've seen this week, that's one of them.
There it is.
That is a look. What do you think?
Mountains? There's little mountains.
Yeah, there's a mountain. Maybe snowfall. Huh.
To see if we can get a zoom in on that, figure out what's going on with that shirt.
Maybe a village. There you go. Here we're getting the.
Those are mountains.
No, yeah, it's a mountain. I think it's a village. I think it's a city.
Yeah, there's some little buildings.
I see a wolf.
That's the maker of the shirt.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying, like, if we're playing, what shapes do you see?
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, I see the wolf. I can't tell. Huh. Might see that one for our Ryder Cup team next year.
Should bring the shirts back from Brookline.
The old Justin Leonard one's the best.
They would match those pants. Oh, this would be an all-world par for Tyrrell. Oh,
Put it on the board. That's where you do that. You can wear whatever the hell shirt you want, my friend.
That's the one that you taught when you're having a couple of pops or dinner with your boys tonight.
Bro, do you know where I got up and down from?
You're not going to believe where I got it up and down from.
I'm 8 fairways over, and I look at Tyrrell. I don't even know what hole he's playing on. Hell, the only reason why I knew it was him because I saw the wolf. Now Koepka.
Oh, he has played so solid from tee to green today. He really needs to make a putt.
And he slides in, perfect pace. Any more speed on that? Wouldn't have.
That's a big putt right there. He's coming up to a par 5 that he can potentially reach in 2. He's played solid all day long. Birdie that last hole, you're in great shape. You par it, you're still in good shape. You make a bogey there, don't birdie the last. Drop down that leaderboard a little bit into 27th place. That was a big putt.
Well said, Carl, as he'll go over to the 9th. And
how about those 3 pars?
Don't have to draw it on the scorecard, do you?
They're laughing about it.
All right. After an hour and a half wait, Speith on the team.
This is that hybrid here for Speith. Scary shot with one of these clubs. Going to be in the air forever. Plays 11 yards downhill. Anything on the surface.
Oh.
We'll take, but this ain't going to find it.
He said almost missed the ball.
It's not. That's a better place to miss than left, though. I'm telling you.
I couldn't agree more, Carl. He's totally fine there. If he gets a decent lie, he'll be able to manufacture something up there.
I mean, that was a complete whiff. That ball was an inch on the heel, but.
Well, you couldn't pick a worse tee box to have a 20-minute delay on. I mean, the hybrid, one of the easier clubs to hit, but how about a long iron for these guys, a set long iron like Rahm's rocking right here. This has got to be a 4, and he's going to have to belt it to get it all the way. The actual is 235 to the hole, including the downwind, about 225 to carry on line.
Trying to rip at it.
Yeah, trying to bring this in from right to left, which I think is really the play.
Oh, wow.
Here. That's a great shot.
And look at this. Oh, stop.
Goodness, that might go on the 10th green.
Oh, we might have to have a Rahm cam for the rest of the way when he finds that out.
Oh, that was really unlucky.
Yep. I think he said fudge. 245. Back into the wind. Well, this is, my goodness, Matt, this is just becoming diabolical here on the 8th.
About 20 deep on the 8th right now, left and right. He's trying to turn.
He's fighting the wind. Okay, and that little intermediate cut.
Looks like a reachable par 4 for a lot of players today. We'll see what kind of lie this crew is navigating when we return. First round coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink. Welcome back to first round coverage. PGA Championship feature groups continue to roll on. We got Cameron Young, Keegan Bradley, Justin Thomas. What do you think Cam's listening?
Yeah, I was just getting ready to ask you the same thing. Something chill.
Tracy, what a fast car?
Well, Tracy Chapman.
Tracy Chapman, maybe right there. He's been a fast car, zooming off to 2 wins in his last 5 starts on tour. Dialed in. A lot of people like him this week, and boy, he had it going at Augusta and finished top 5. Little run there with Rory. Really, it feels like there's that upper echelon that you could put Rory in, you could put Scotty in. A lot of people saying Cam Young's that guy as well right now.
The overlooked player this year so far probably is Matt Fitzpatrick with the way that he's played as well. It's fun to see this many players on top of their game.
You could say that about Speith, although that was quite the shot in front of him now, Matt.
Yeah, not the best lie, but he's got some green to work with, and the wind back into his face. What's there at the moment? Just gave that a stab and a hope, and the old stab and hope, Carl.
Yeah, the last thing he wanted to do was get that past the hole, and he just kind of decelled into the ball there a little bit.
We're playing traffic cop here. Rahm's going to be next to go. We got the 10th green right behind him. Not the worst miss here, guys. I know it's a tough break with it running off the surface, but not a whole lot of break in this, and one he can be aggressive with. It's back uphill the whole way.
Yeah, this is.
Another one.
Yes! There's a fist pump. What a weird day of golf.
As we saw coming off the frustration of a bogey on 1, he holed out from about 100 yards out for eagle on 2.
I'll bet you both of the 2s that he's made today were with that club.
Might be. Sand wedge?
Yeah.
100 yards?
Yeah. Wow, Rory playing this with a wide open face.
Almost like an explosion here. It's not a great lie. I don't think that was that bad, guys.
No.
That was an awkward shot.
Awkward shot indeed, but McIlroy needs to find himself not giving anyone more strokes back to the field. At this juncture, now might have to move his ball. And but for Rahm, look at the smile. I thought he had hit a really good iron shot into 8. Just got a bad luck. He actually has had bad luck all day today with some of the different rollouts that he got. But he sticks around with that one. Looking at what Speith will have here. What do you got, Matt?
A little bit of an up and over he's dealing with, and it's going to tail off to his right.
Like you called it, just a tail off for him.
After back-to-back birdies, that's back-to-back bogeys, but he's got the par 5 9th coming up. How about the difference in 9s? 8 pars and a birdie on the front and the back. He has been all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Speith experience on the back. Again, Rahm is still, you think about it, Rahm hasn't made a birdie putt. He's got the birdie and the eagle, and both of those were chip-ins.
Guys, I know you're up in the booth keeping score right now, but I'm pretty sure this is to avoid 3 bogeys in a row for Rory. I got it just inside the right edge. Am I right on that?
That would be factually correct. It would be 4 bogeys out of the last 5 holes if he's unable to make this. Staying out right. Never came back in. Exasperated look for Rory. A bogey in the 4th. Did birdie the 5th. It's a beautiful shot. But then 1, 2, 3. A turkey of bogeys to get him to 3 over on the day. You know, number 1 in strokes gained off the tee. I believe it's only 5 fairways he's hit.
May need to rethink that stat.
They will head up to the 9th. 1 hole to go in our featured group. First round coverage of the PGA Championship. Welcome back, feature group coverage. First round of the PGA Championship. Some highs, some lows on his first hole of the day. Jon Rahm, not gonna be enough. That ball would roll back down.
It was a good up and down from there for the bogey, though. After a bogey at the first, it's 2 over heading into the second.
It's 11th hole of the day. Cans it. Gets the crowd going. So he was excited.
This for par at the 7th to remain even.
Was miss it and was not a happy camper. But after I thought a really good shot on 8th that kind of trickled out, perhaps using the same club. Carl, it worked.
Yeah, this has just been a very strange round of golf for Jon Rahm. If he can find a way to birdie the last or make sure he doesn't make a bogey, he's still in good shape.
So Rahm, a little bit of everything for the Spaniard. We'll head up to the 9th, where 17 birdies so far today. Second easiest hole on the golf course.
You're still covering these, no problem. The left ones, okay?
About 315 through on the bunker down the right. Fairway slopes pretty good from left to right here at the 9th. They've also got a breeze quartering down off the left. If you find the fairway here today, you got to walk off with 4, and what an opportunity for Rahm. Boy, the way this day started, it sure is ending a lot differently.
So just waiting for the scores, as you see right on the left-hand side, that group walking up 17.
So much going on here, Peter. A lot of crisscrossing. 10 green, 8 green, 11 tee, 17 tee, 16 green.
That's half the course.
We'll get the hang of it.
He should be able to ride the wind here.
Oh, he knew it right from the jump.
Way underneath that one. Oh,
watch your head.
And there's no way that ball missed everybody. I think landed in a row down the right about 12 deep. But like we've seen, you miss big here, you're going to get some decent lies. That's the key.
All right, Jordan trying to end what's been a pretty good day on a positive note here, and he is coming off back-to-back bogeys, though.
Big number, hitting 11 fairways.
Make that 12, yeah.
Put a dozen on the board. Drove the ball really well today. Really, the 2 mistakes that he had, I think, came from the middle of the fairway.
Yeah.
His playing partner has not driven the ball exactly that well today.
Carl, I don't know if you ever did this, but whenever I'd have rounds like Jordan, I would tell myself, man, if those 2 holes, I was in the fairway with wedges and I bogeyed. If I played one of them 1 under, that's 3 different right there.
Oh, yeah.
Could be leading this tournament.
All right. And another bad one from Rory McIlroy.
Oh! Watch yourself. Okay, we'll hope that everybody is all right over there. Got to keep your head on a swivel with this group. So McIlroy and Rahm both on the right side of their final hole today. Jordan Speed in the mayor's spot as we return. First round coverage, the PGA Championship from Aronimink. Quite the group at 3 under today. First round coverage of the PGA Championship from Aronimink. Xander Schauffele just a stroke back. As we see McIlroy and Jon Rahm on this finishing hole. Par 5, 9, just over on the right-hand side. We'll see what kind of lies they have, but Jordan Speith has driven the ball extremely well today. 12 fairways hit. Really just been strong all day long at 1 under. Slightly wet conditions earlier today, but breeze has freshened the course up a little bit. Not expecting to see any rain for the majority of the week, and should get a little bit warmer. It'll create a little bit of a different playing experience for these guys coming up on especially Saturday and Sunday. As you see McIlroy going out there, shaking his hand a little bit, saying, yeah, we're going to need to move it. Yep, me, you, no. Okay, yeah, we got it. Looks though he's got a very good lie.
Both these guys drew great lies over here. I think, I'm gonna call Rahm's lie. Actually, I'm gonna call Rory's lie a little bit better than Rahm's. It's a little tighter. Rahm's is sitting nice. It's just fluffy with a bit more grass behind it. Actually, hold on. That's Rahm's ball. Rahm's got the better lie. He's got the tighter lie here. He's going to be going first. Rory's is good too. He'll be able to get it up towards the green, but Rahm's is going to play more like it's coming out of the fairway.
As you see fans trying to get their video. So for these players right here on that right side of the fairway, for both of them, what are they looking up here? Any chance to, I mean, just play into a yardage or play into a number right now?
No,
they got go zone.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, they're all inside at 280 with a little bit of helping wind off the left. They've got just amazing lies over there. And it's an attractive pin today, all things considered. Over on the right side of the screen, plenty of room over there on the left to bring it in from left to right. You got the wind acting as a bit of a barrier too. Off the left. This is a hole off after these tee shots, even though the other two are in the rough. With the lies they've drawn, all three of these guys should be walking off here with 4.
Just trying to get all the people out of the way.
We might see a 6-hour round at some point this week.
These guys are working on about a 5.5-hour round here today.
You want that 6-hour round, just hang around a little longer today.
Yeah,
those afternoon boys will be kicking it around in 6.
As you see, Rahm trying to get a look.
Are they gone? Still there? You're off? Okay. Mine? Yeah, I'll go on. Fine.
Rahm saying he will go if.
Yeah. Tough for him to see what's up there because the green sits up so high and the crowd in the background, you can't really tell with depth perception if there's players on the green or not. Look, this should set up nicely here for John. He can do a little squeeze fade in there, plenty of room over on the left.
Asking her if he continue to cut. That's a good play.
Yeah, not bad at all. Plenty of green to work with. So Jordan can end it on a positive note.
Got to be a comfy number for Jordan. 276 back up the hill with a little help. He can go ahead and unleash on this 3-wood here. Nothing wrong with the little long either.
Ball slightly below his feet with that wind left to right. Should be able to chase it up like that.
Kick to the right. Kick to the right. Oh, man, if it just bounces off that first cut, it works its way back down to the right. This ball pretty severely above his feet over here, though.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's a weird lie. It's sitting up, but it's a healthy teed up lie. There's plenty of grass behind it. I could see this coming out a little dead or just an absolute heater.
That ball went sky high, but he knew it.
Popped it up almost. Go in that cross bunker?
Looks like it hit a limb.
I have no clue where that went, guys.
Yeah, it hit a limb and should be short. Might be in that bunker. We'll go get our eyes on it, but that ball popped up right from the jump.
Yeah, that's a hard shot with that ball that far above your feet.
So that is part of our featured group coming to a close on this first round, and as soon as we get done with this 6-hour march, we'll roll over to this group. Cam Young starts his PGA Championship. Yeah, might be in the left rough just like Rahm did on the first hole.
Having a 57-foot apex.
No, it gets the break.
Justin Thomas going with 3-wood. That should be okay up the right center.
And now Keegan Bradley.
Also with 3-wood. And another good one.
So a reminder, that will be one of our featured groups at the conclusion of our trio, calling it a day. Overall, what was the most interesting round of our three? Would you say?
I'll probably give it to Jordan. Played so solid on the front. He's played some good golf on the back. He's just made a couple of mistakes and had a couple of opportunities that he didn't take advantage of. But really, to be perfectly honest with you, all three of these rounds have been kind of interesting. I mean,
for different reasons.
For completely different reasons.
Rahm again not making a birdie putt. Had a birdie chip in, an eagle chip in.
How about another eagle chip in?
Get the crowd going. And then
how about an eagle chip in? Speith gets up and down and they tie. You would have never thought that they played.
I'm not quite sure what the live odds would have been on that at any point. But now Speith walking into that bunker, Matt.
That's Rory walking into that bunker. I know it's been a long day, Peter. We're at 5.5 hours. Yeah. You're allowed to make mistakes. Everybody but Carl still pitching a shutout today.
Yeah, I said Jordan was going to hit it close as 7, and he didn't. So there's that.
Well,
this is a hard shot.
Listen, I don't think Rory's practicing this shot along with any other professional golfer. It's awkward. 60 yards off a slight downslope, completely blind for him, has no clue where the pin is, has to just be picking out something in the background. He has plenty of green to work with, but there's just nothing easy about it. I think he'd take 5 from here in a heartbeat and go sign his card.
Tried the old chunk and run.
All right, enough that it got over the little front knob in the part of that green.
Guys, that's a heck of a break he just got, that ball getting up on the green.
Yeah, that's what we saw from up here. And just had that ball not had any of that kind of chunk and run on it, would have come back down, he would have had a whole lot more work in front of him.
Let's get to Rahm and Speith over here on the left side of the green. It's definitely the place to miss to this back right hole location where John just drew a crappy lie. It's his Going to be a stabber here, and just hope you guess right and it comes out trundling towards the hole. The one good thing is that gravity will take care of a lot of this for him. It's running away, especially the first part.
No, oh my goodness.
Oh,
what a way to end.
Awesome.
Well, Jon Rahm will have his first.
He's got to be over the moon with that score today, guys.
My goodness. There's no doubt that he would be. We'll take a time.
Easily could have been over par today, 1 or 2 over.
When even at the time she thought, all right, is this the time that we'll see Rahm lose a little bit of his cool, but he backed it up. That's the difference why he's still in this tournament now, Speith.
Way better lie than Rahm. Electing to use a little more loft. That needs to break a tackle.
Wow. Yeah, surprised it wasn't more of a bump and run for Speith.
Now, this is one of the very few times I've ever covered Speith where he's going to shoot a score that's not better than the eye test of how he played. Normally he turns a 70 into a 66. I believe today that he is going to shoot a higher score than how he played, and that's very unusual for Jordan Speed.
And this ball's up on a cliff here, guys. I'm telling you, I don't think you could place one there and get it to stay. This is a very good break for Rory. Wind's starting to freshen a little bit. We're kind of at the top of the property here at the 9th. Long ways home for a 2-putt, and it's been a rough day for Rory so far. He needs a 2-putt this just to avoid finishing with 4 straight bogeys.
Keep its line. So he's going to have a little meat left on that bone. You know, it got a little loose from him in the 3rd round to Truist. What you thought after that 2nd round, kind of finding the game over at Quill, a place where he says he loves to play coming into this week. I think with this round, Carl, as long as it's gone by, you are now officially my 4th longest relationship.
Oh, that's an all-timer there.
That is an all-timer.
I don't know what the anniversary is for 7 hours of
I'm definitely stealing it at one point.
Yeah.
Just gonna have to wait a year or so.
That's fine.
All right, not a lot of movement here for Speith. Pretty flat overall, maybe slightly back up the hill. Let's go with left edge.
That, oh my, I early called him. Yeah, Jordan turned a 66 into a 69 today.
Still a nice round for him, though, is 34 in, 35 out. But well in contention this week. A fan favorite. Part of our feature group coverage tomorrow afternoon. No. I mean, Rory's starting to put himself behind the 8 ball quite a bit. Needs this one to fall.
Yeah, this has got a little movement in it as well. Not the easiest putt. My gracious.
That, my friends, we talked about it on the front 9, probably about a B for Rory. I think you might call that a D at best round, as a 39 on the back 9. A lot of different squares. bogeying 5 of the last 6 holes. Just not looking sharp. Now, Rahm for his first made birdie with the putter today. 2 birdies, an eagle. But I guarantee you he will take that.
No doubt.
He had the Speith round of a bad round that
That's
turned
correct.
out good, and Speith had the round that
correct.
Rahm
Yeah.
came out as well. So a 69 for him. These guys will be ready to grab some lunch.
Or dinner.
Actually, it might be dinner time
Yeah.
at this point.
What are we going to call that? Linner?
Couple strokes off the lead.